The following program is for adult audiences only.
Sometimes we act like a fool, not aware we're troublemakers. Sometimes we try to be cool, not being givers, only takers. Stop for a minute, stop and breathe for a minute. Don't get over your head, try to listen instead, won't you? Who you wanna be for a minute? Don't get over your head, you're like everyone else, aren't you? You could gain from being a bit nicer, knowing that
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff. I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem.
Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundaries.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are in the MnC and all that. It's just a financial thing, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything.
All of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape. It's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Long-term study.
Vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Hello and welcome, everyone. Time for another episode of Mixing and Chilling with Hunky Vape and my good buddy Kenny, the Vaping Heed.
Hi! How's everybody doing?
Hope you guys are all having a fantastic day out there today. We've got a wonderful agenda set up for you guys today because today's show is called The Calm Between Storms. We're always surrounded by storms, you know? Storms that drive us crazy because it's like so many different stressors out there that just like, we all have our triggers, right? And I got triggered by Pave. Saturday morning, I got up doing my normal business and I came across some Twitter feeds and I'm like, what is this? Pave is trying to advocate for us to do some new scientific research? Why? They can't get the science right about the topics they talk about now. So I had a very cathartic mental health celebration after I got done replying to their idiotic message on what direction science needs to go to study pregnant women vaping and how their offspring are going to be injured by it. What? You guys are insane. So, is today going to be the same kind of cathartic mental health celebration? Well, yes, and no, and yes.
No.
You know, that's just like life. You take the good, you take the bad, and there you have the facts of life. William Dobson, go ahead and use your command because it's finally done. I know you've been itching for it.
Come on. I know you
Go
want to do
ahead.
it. I'm sitting here. I'm ready. I'm psyched up. I'm ready for it.
You can zap them now.
Come on. Give it your best shot. Come on. I'm ready. Bring it on. Yeah.
There you go. Now you can zap them. Ron Jeremy, hello and welcome to the stream.
No.
Yeah, I've been working hard in the background, a bunch of channel updates, OBS improvements. I've been cleaning the studio out. I got more live chat command effects for the Hunky Horde because, you know, THR works and Vaping Save Lives, including our own. So we're here to celebrate and have some mixing and chilling time. I've got a beautiful retro vape for you guys today. There you go. An antique by today's standards. This is the iJoy Mystique kit. Mesh coil. Stock tank. That's our retro vape. Got all kinds of stuff. And I've also been working on, we not only have our thumbnail, but the slideshow. Apparently, half of the pictures in the slideshow didn't actually show up in the thumbnail slideshow. So I had to fix that. And let's see if the fake news works. Got any fake news there, Kenny?
I'm just sorting this one out now.
I heard it and he heard it, but you guys didn't hear it last week and nobody said a thing.
What? It didn't.
They didn't hear any of the fake news from last week. They're going to keep zapping
Well, here
you,
we
dude.
go. Electrocuted? It's supposed to be electrocuted? Electrocuted? Speak English, man!
It didn't work. It didn't work.
Oh, no.
Well, what's going on?
I was absolutely loving that.
Advanced audio properties. Twitch speaker, monitor and output. Okay. Properties. Voice meter into. Okay. Do I need to send it to us so we can hear it? We shouldn't have to. Voice meter into. Twitch speaker. I'm going to get this ironed out one way or another. Refresh.
That works.
Fireworks work. Okay. Let's try the fake news. Move that up there so I can see it.
Oh my God, I'm getting I'm getting zapped to death here. Really? No way. Look at this. Anyone know the Kenny burst into flames command? Really? Really? What next?
Help if I typed it correctly.
You gotta put it in chat like.
That does nothing. What's going on, dude? I spent all this time to get it to work. Everything works when I test it. And it's not working. Oh, my Lord. I'm just going to punch myself.
This is horrible.
Yeah,
that works.
Doesn't work.
I heard it.
Sean Lynch, hello and
Anti-vaping
welcome.
propaganda is brain poison. Yeah, it really is.
Stephen Lane, hello and welcome. I'm trying to sort out our special effects here. Oh, yeah. Kenny's got a new background, so I didn't realize that popped through whenever you spin them in the TV. little tweak. Anyway, it's been a wonderful week.
Very
We've
observant.
got a lot of progress done. You're very observant?
I'm seeing our audience is very observant.
Yup. And I love the fact that they're using all these commands.
You're upside down with just your head. All right, there we go. Heat. I heard that.
I heard that. You heard that. But they didn't hear that. I know for a fact they didn't hear that.
Odd.
Default audio output.
William Dobson heard it.
Did he?
Yep, just put it in chat. Yeah. Cheryl James heard it. Cheryl, sorry, I forgot. Fucked your name up.
Where's it coming across? It's not where I sent it. No wonder my meter's not moving. Well, if it works, it works. I'm happy. That's all that matters.
There you go.
Fake news. It comes in as fake news.
Yeah.
So that's what I need to change it to, because the speaker's supposed to move when it's talking. They're zapping the hell out of you.
Oh, delicious!
It is delicious. Even the kids are happy. Oh, I told you guys, this is going to be a fantastic day. Very cathartic for all of us.
An F- in my
pew,
book.
pew. We need a pew, pew.
Now that's refreshing.
How about Stanton? Does Stanton work? We haven't heard from him in a while.
The incarnation of the e-cigarette was not invented by one of the major tobacco companies. It was invented in China.
I'll have to put them on the same queue. Yeah. Let's spin Kenny. Song info. There's no song playing. Is it going to load up the song info? That's the question. That's the song that's in the queue. We're doing great today, man. Finally got all these things working. All we need now is a little bit of vape news, science, and advocacy before we get so disgusted by it that we have to have some alcoholic beverages to review. What do you say there, Kenny?
Oh, yeah.
I love it. I love it. All right, time for some news. What a day.
Oh, there he is.
Let me tell you, what a day. I hope all of you that are living in the South are doing okay, because I know the damage and destruction caused by this hurricane and the subsequent rain that's come from it, moving across the country. We've had rain the last 2 days here from this bloody hurricane that's blown through. And it's that time of year. There's 5 storms right now that they're tracking in the ocean that could potentially strike land sometime within the next 2 months. It's the same thing year after year. Starts on the coast of Africa, on the west coast of Africa, works its way across the ocean, and that path between the Caribbean and there, that's where they form. Happens all the time. Nothing new going on.
And then the UK get the tail end of it.
Yeah, it does. It can bounce off. Matter of fact, it's kind of ironic because this hurricane is named Helene, right? Helene. Guess what? On the exact same day back in 1958, Hurricane Helene hit the United States. Except instead of hitting, the inner portion of Florida, it hit South Carolina directly. And then it bounced off and headed over to the UK. Back in 1958, exact same name, hit the exact same day. Talk about ironic.
Pretty sure.
So this is nothing new, right? This happens all the time. How come we don't have money set aside for the victims of these natural disasters that occur on a regular basis and have occurred on a routine basis our entire lives? Yes, we have FEMA to send, Federal Emergency Management Authority down there to help out, to try and, rescue people and to try and, set up communications and send water down there. But this is something that should happen immediately, like as soon as the storm passes. There should be people on the ground helping to rescue them, giving them food and water.
Yeah, remember that one in Mississippi? It took them nearly a week before they even got there.
Hurricane Katrina.
That's right.
I don't understand this stuff, right? You have the 82nd Airborne can literally deploy anywhere on the entire planet in 18 hours and be fully operational in 18 hours. Yet it takes days and weeks sometimes to get help to these people after a storm comes through and floods their entire way of living. Washes out bridges.
That is crazy.
We've got a bunch of links in here. So, okay. My question is, where's the money for these people to get them a place to live again? What are they supposed to eat for the next 3 days until, supermarkets and stuff are accessible again? They're talking about, they had a flood of electric trucks, bucket trucks going down there. Right?
Yeah, right.
To go restore power. The earliest that anybody down there is going to get power restored is 1 week from today. So anything you had in your refrigerator is going to be spoiled by then.
Crazy, isn't it?
How are we not better prepared for this kind of stuff? I don't get it. And here we go. We have our lovely Commander-in-Chief.
We're not leaving until the job is done. I also want you to know, I'm committed to traveling to the impacted areas as soon as possible, but I've been told that it would be disruptive if I did it right now. We will not do that at the risk of diverting or delaying any of the response assets needed to deal with this crisis. My first responsibility is to get all the help needed to those impacted areas. Your nation has your back, and the Biden-Harris administration will be there until the job is done. We're not leaving until the job is done. I also want
you haven't even got there yet. And you're talking about we're not leaving until the job is done. Can you get there first? And, help some of these people out?
Unbelievable.
What a joke.
And yet another instance is obviously when the big C hit the pandemic, yet they suddenly had a vaccine within a week. Whoa, from the world. And yet they can't get.
Misfit Steve, hello and welcome. 251 Performance, hello and welcome.
Hello.
There you go. Sandro DeMeo is at it again. Oh, very concerning, very concerning. A small study, but frightening findings. Is that your way of saying more propaganda that is actually bullshit, but it goes to fostering my agenda, so here it is? Let me scare the crap out of you again for no good reason? Vaping could damage young people's lungs as much as smoking. Bullshit. Bullshit.
Oh, my God.
Translation, I know this is bullshit, but it supports my narrative, so I'm going to tell you about it.
Oh, dear me, whatever next.
Whatever next. This is what I was telling you about, Kenny, before we started the stream today.
Oh,
what's China doing over there? Let's compare what China's doing over there with what's happening here in the United States, right? I just got done complaining to Kenny about how my electric bill was almost $500 this month. And we used the exact same amount of electricity we used a year ago when the bill was only $250. Why does it cost so much? I don't understand. And you compare the price per kilowatt hour, it's about what it was last year. So where's all this extra cost coming from? Why does it cost more to transmit that electricity to my house this year than it did last year? I don't understand. And I don't understand this either. Total electricity generation in China since 1985 till today. They just keep making more and more and more of it. And yes, I understand. With AI, your computers are using massive amounts of electricity, right? I would love to increase the graphics card in this computer, but I won't if it's going to use even a penny more of electricity than what this one does, right? I get why the 4000 series graphics cards were more energy efficient and actually hardly improved the performance at all, because it's about saving electricity. Because here in the United States, we don't want to make any more electricity than what we're already making, despite the fact that the population is growing. Oh, happy birthday, Misfit Steve.
Happy birthday. Wee!
Yeah! I need to do that. That's my next one. That'll be next week. So you can type in your birthday in chat and it will automatically switch to the birthday scene. But anyway, why aren't we making any more electricity than we did last year or the year before? We're making about the same.
It's unbelievable, isn't it?
No wonder the cost keeps going up. Population grows, more people use more electricity, but the supply is limited. So naturally the cost is going to go
Cashing
up.
in, man. They're cashing in, man. That's what it is.
This needs to change. We can't afford to keep having our electric bills keep going higher and higher. It's kind of like our natural gas, you know, they're fracking all over the place here, right? Where's all the natural gas going that they're extracting out of the ground? Going to South America for their brand new offshore electric generation facilities. Powered by natural gas. They literally have a big, massive bubble tanker sitting out in the ocean, you know, a mile out from shore, and they're generating electricity with it. Why don't we do that kind of stuff here?
Money. Oh,
this drives me insane. I'm sorry if you live in Canada. You're getting hosed. Bad. Right? So let's say that you go and you purchase some e-liquid, right? And you want to stock up for the whole year. So you're going to spend $771.96 in e-liquid. Okay? The federal excise tax on your $700 of e-liquid is $1,841.28. And hold on, your province here in the state, here in the United States, that would be called a state, not a province, also collects $1,841.26 in tax. And that doesn't include the sales tax of 13% is $578. So your $700 of e-liquid that you use to not smoke cigarettes for the entire year is now going to cost you $5,033.30.
Holy shit. What the hell?
Who on earth thought this was a good idea? Who on earth thought this was a good idea? We got lucky, man. I don't know if you guys remember, but it was just 2 years ago that we were facing a nicotine tax here. Anything that was going to be taxed with nicotine was going to be outrageous. Like the nicotine stores, I got a couple liters of it sitting in my freezer, right, that I use for mixing my own e-liquids. I spent a couple $100 to have that store in my freezer to last me the rest of my lifetime and my wife's lifetime, especially since, you know, she'd rather use these than my e-liquid. So I've got 2 lifetimes worth. Yeah, not 2 whole lifetimes, but I'm only going to be around for another, what, 30 years maybe, if I'm lucky?
What you've got left on this planet, shall we say.
I've got like at least 50 or 60 years of nicotine left in my freezer, right? That will cost me originally a couple $100. If that tax went through in the United States, that value of that freezer would have jumped to over $25,000 because of the tax for anybody that wanted to buy it in the future after they implemented it, just like what they did in Canada.
Well, everybody, if you want any black market nicotine, just give Alex a call.
I do not sell anything. I'll be happy to send you a bottle, but I'm not stocking you for the rest of your life. Sorry. That's why we do a DIY mixing, so you can see how easy it is to make your own. And get it now, because the price just keeps going up and up, like our electricity. Get a bottle of Nick Base. Have it in your freezer, even if you're not mixing now. Cheryl just spent $116 to order more flavors, make her own. It's amazing, man. When you stop buying the commercial e-liquid, I mean, this is so easy, and it's a nice treat to have once in a while, but when you make your own, instead of spending $100 on e-liquid, just buy some more flavors.
You know when you said you would be happily send somebody a bottle? Yeah. William says, yep, I'll have 5 liters.
You know what I should do? Instead of sending one 120 ml bottle of Kenny's rum cookie for Christmas, I should put 2 in there, and then you can post him a bottle of it. He's not going to want to give it up.
I'll have 5 liters, actually. I'll have 5 liters of it, actually.
Listen, the recipe's out there. It's public. Anybody can make it. It's really simple. And it is delicious.
Oh, God. It just makes me suffer with anticipation. Do you know that? Suffer with anticipation. Look at him. See what I mean? He's waving it at us now. He's actually waving it at us, saying, look what I got.
It's not as good as my Hunky's Hawaiian Punch, but it's up there.
That's subjective. Like I said, it's flavors are subjective.
If the regulations weren't so bad, I would definitely be selling that right now.
Wow.
That one, the Cherry Bakewell, and the Hunky's Hawaiian Punch are my 3 favorites.
Oh, the Cherry Bakewell. Oh, the Cherry Bakewell, boys and girls. Mwah.
Especially now that I'm going to add a touch of maraschino cherry to it, because he said it needed that je ne sais quoi on top, the little maraschino cherry flavor. I'm like, I got the maraschino cherry flavoring. I can just a little bit.
Lovely little candy, that little candy cherry.
As long as it sits on top.
Yeah.
Oh, I love maraschino cherries, don't you? Every time I make a little bowl for the wife, put a little maraschino cherry on it. I'm like, oh, let me have one of them.
I do now. God damn, do I not?
Listen, Australia's up to the same bullshit that they've been up to. More black market tobacconist fire bombings. Look at this. Tobacco store fire. Faulkner being investigated by the police.
It's just getting out of control, isn't it? It's just getting out of control. Another one burnt the ground. That's some poor bugger's livelihood up in smoke.
That ain't the only one that happened this week, man. That ain't the only one. They had another one that it was it was a computer repair shop that caught on fire because the schmucks from the black market underground criminal network lit the wrong store on fire.
Oh, Jesus.
The tobacco shop was next door.
Holy shit. How dumb can you get?
So we don't have any money for the victims of, Hurricane Helene that come blow through, but we do have another $2.4 billion of the United States taxpayer money going to Ukraine.
Two key pieces. First, Mr. President, welcome back to the White House. Welcome back to the Oval Office. Got to see each other yesterday, and you shared a preview of your plan to win this war. And that's exactly what we're going to discuss
you're not
today.
Going to win it.
Ukraine,
it's a war you're not going to win. Why can't people see that?
And I see two key pieces. First, right now we have to strengthen Ukraine's position on the battlefield.
I don't care what you have to say, man.
You're flogging a dead horse with that. They're not going to win it. It's a war they're not going to win. Simple.
Anybody that wants to actually look at some geopolitical, news can totally understand that the only reason the United States is doing this is to weaken Russia.
Yeah.
But they're not weakening Russia. They're making Russia stronger because Russia is making ties with other countries that would have no business dealing with if they weren't trying to fight this war with Ukraine.
But
when are we going to get to a point where
we played a dangerous game with them at the minute because they were talking about giving our arm in Ukraine with long-range missiles to strike deep into Russia. The problem being is, Putin actually said this. He says the actual Ukraine haven't got the means to fire them. Even if you give them, they haven't got the means to fire them. They haven't got the technology. They haven't got the software. They haven't got the operators. So he's basically said, if one of them lands in our country, they will consider that an act of war against Europe and America because only a NATO country have got the means to fire
those missiles. Yeah.
Yeah. So
they're actually making Russia stronger by doing this ridiculous CIA maneuvering of NATO.
It's horseshit, man. It's a war they're never going to win. It's as simple as that. Why don't they just come to some agreement, whatever, land? There's a lot of people said that if they got their heads together, this war could end like that tomorrow, literally.
It was never supposed to get started. It was the United States that sent Boris Johnson over there to tear up the agreement that would have stopped this whole thing.
Exactly.
So here we got another problem going on. I don't know if you guys have heard about this one yet. So this was the second one I found to this. The first one is the fact that the longshoremen here in the United States on the East Coast have decided to go on strike. Where is it? Is it really all the way down here? So you guys are getting a preview of what's going to be on the news. There. I warned about this days ago. Longshoremen voting to strike. Tuesday is the walkout day. Today is the walkout day. 85,000 dock workers from Maine to Texas will impact 36 United States ports. And all imports and exports from Mexico and from the east side of it. The ones in California aren't affected by this. So the stuff coming from China, knock on wood, shouldn't be affected too much by this. But you're going to see all kinds of damage come from this when this starts.
Tuesday, the strike for union workers at major shipping ports along the East Coast. Thousands are set to hit the picket line this Tuesday. The International Longshoremen's Association ordering a strike after talks demanding fairer wages hit a standstill. News Nation's Caitlin Becker joins us live from Port Elizabeth, New Jersey. Caitlin, what are we learning here? Major developments since the last time we spoke.
Yeah, truly, Jesse. I was not expecting to hear this today. We're 36 hours before the deadline, and the ILA sent out a communication announcing that they're absolutely going to strike. They're going to walk off the job when their current contract expires. Now, it's a 6-year contract. Each of these contracts are 6 years, and the expiration date is midnight on Monday. So 12:01 Tuesday, these workers are going to walk off the job. There's going to be a full-on work stoppage up and down the East Coast and parts of the Gulf. Now, the ILA has not released any details specifically about exactly where these picket lines are going to be. They said that's going to come likely sometime tomorrow. However, they did note what the major issue was, and it really came down, Jesse, to wage stagnation. They said that the U.S. Maritime Alliance, that is who they're in talks with, or were in talks with, just wouldn't come to an agreement about what they called wage subjugation that they said had been happening for years. Now, I have to tell you that from the U.S. MX perspectives, they have said time and again that they were offering industry-leading wages, more than the 32%, which was the last hike that their West Coast counterparts got for their contract last year. But the ILA wanted a 77% wage hike, and they just couldn't come to an agreement. Now, these two groups haven't been at the negotiating table for months. These talks stalled back in June. So this is something, kind of an eventuality that we were all expecting. And the ILA president has said in the past that they've been planning.
Listen, if these talks have been going on all year because they know it's a 6-year thing and they know it's coming up, when did the White House find out about this? And how come nobody's gone to try and, help move these negotiations along? Trying to at least get these people to sit at the table again and discuss things. We've got a cost of living crisis here, so I understand why they're asking for that much. You can't even meet them halfway or 3/4 of the way? You're just going to transfer that cost on to everybody else. Exactly. It's not like you're going to go out of business. And yeah, I understand that, this particular source isn't the most reliable person to get stuff from, but this is a reality that is actually facing our country right now. I have this in the other section of the actual news. East Coast port strike. ILA union rejects wage hike. Offer is near 50%. And they're now shut down. What's going to start running low in inventory? Halloween costumes or Christmas stuff? What's in those containers? I don't know what the lead time is for these shipping things. I imagine it's got to be months ahead of time. So what's in there? All the Christmas goodies, decorations for our trees and stuff. Who's going to be affected the most by this? Walmart, IKEA, Samsung, Bob's Discount Furniture, LG, Home Depot, Continental Tire, Hyundai, Dollar General. Yeah, those are all nothing but Chinese products. General Motors, Amazon, Folgers, Raymer's Furniture Company, Goodyear Tire and Rubber, Michelin, Heineken, and Pepsi are all going to be affected by this. Darren, hello and welcome. Freeride Vapor, hello and welcome. Andrew Kaiser, hello and welcome.
I would like us to pause for a moment.
Yes, sir.
To remember a couple of icons that's passed away this week. And there we have Miss Dame Maggie Smith. You'll know her from Downton Abbey and obviously the Harry Potter films. The wonderful Dame Maggie Smith passed away. this week. And also from over your side of the pond, the wonderful Chris Christopherson.
Yes.
Come and join our convoy, trekking through the night. And obviously he was in Blade. He was his sidekick in Blade. But yeah,
and he was a singer,
2 legends,
artist,
and he was a country western singer. Yes, I never seen much of his singing, but I watched these movies. But he's been
before our
around for a
time.
while, so yeah. But 2 legends in their own right gone this week. So I just thought I'd give them all a shout.
And in addition to that, okay, we can take this out. When we were scrolling through here, there was another one. You know Axel Foley, right?
Axel Foley, yeah.
John Ashton. Oh,
John Ashton. Yes, he was the copper, wasn't he? Oh, yeah, John Ashton. Oh, God rest his soul. Yeah, John Ashton.
he passed away as well.
But he's been in more than that. Yeah, he's been in a couple of movies here, man. He?
Yeah.
Tell you, man. All these legends, Jesus. What's going on?
That's like what's going on here in Georgia.
Sorry, went off on a tangent there. Sorry, mate. Back on the news.
No. We had one already listed in there, and I'm glad you found the other 2. There's been a bunch I've seen in my feed this past week, and only that's one really grabbed my attention. Like, oh man, I missed. There's not going to be another Axel Foley movie. Here we go, man. Current shelter-in-place order in Georgia. If the storm wasn't bad enough, we have a shelter-in-place and evacuation orders given because a biochemical lab blew up and is on fire.
Oh, my God. What kind of shit is that released in the air? Look at the different colours. Look at all the different colours. Look at the different coloured smoke, man. What the fucking hell is that releasing? I like his eye. I like that in your car, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
Holy shit, look at the colour of the smoke, man.
Seen for miles.
What kind of shit is that released in the air?
God only knows. Utterly ridiculous. So anyway, here's a comparison video, guys. You know, we talked about the longshoremen going on strike here in the United States, and this is one of their biggest fears, right? This is one of the biggest fears that they want to get negotiated in this contract. Because here's what's happening in China already. It's all run from a desk. You're no longer in the machines anymore. You're in an air-controlled, climate-controlled situation with cameras on everything, all AI supervision and control.
That is unbelievable. That's actually quite amazing as well.
There's nobody in the yard. It's all robotically done remotely, just like your drones in the military. Wow. Their ports are now run remotely.
This goes to show how far ahead they are technological wise, isn't it?
Yeah.
We advanced. We advanced. Wow, man. It's not that.
Like
imagine the complexities of the networking as well. You know, you've got all them containers. They've all got to go from A to B. They've all got to go this certain place. Imagine the complexity of all that. Not just operations. That must be phenomenal.
You think air traffic control is bad? Look at this.
Pretty sure. It's unbelievable, isn't it? What the fuck?
They're miles ahead of us. The Chinese port of Guangzhou. People unload ships remotely with 5G and AI vehicles. Automatically drive the containers to trucks to load them without human assistance.
That's clever shit, like scary clever shit. Holy fuck.
It's kind of like your McDonald's now. They have touchscreens in all of them. They don't even want to have anybody stand behind the register other than to hand you your food. And it won't be long before that's all going to be replaced by computerized robotic machines.
Definitely. Wow, man, that's just so clever. Absolutely so clever.
Started with the illicit tobacco in South Australia. Police are conducting operation to investigate serious and criminal offending associated with the illicit tobacco in South Australia. Operation Eclipse has been focused for some time on offences including arson, assault, extortion and money laundering linked to the illegal activity around tobacco since May this year. Police have been working to identify criminal networks who are using illicit tobacco and have been working with other agencies to disrupt their illegal activities. Operation Eclipse was established to develop a strong working relationship with Victoria and our other law enforcement partners, and we've been using that to share intelligence in order to disrupt that criminal activity. South Australia Police will not tolerate criminal behaviour, which poses a risk.
Ask yourself the question, mate. Why is it happening? You know the answer.
You're the only blokes on the entire planet that have this serious of a problem. Maybe you should ask yourself why.
And we continue to seek out and identify further offending, which we believe has included assaults and attempts at extortion. Serious and organised crime detectives are conducting Operation Ellipse, have identified 15 other identities which we believe are linked to this offending. Besides the two arrests that have been made, we've seized thousands of dollars in cash, and we're continuing to conduct investigations into those matters.
118.
What they've done with that is they've hit the self-destruct button, basically, haven't they? We're going to do this. Boink. Oh, shit, it's now backfired on us. Big style.
And the ironic thing is today, effective today, October 1st, you can walk into a pharmacy and they have more authorized vaping products in Australia than we do here in the United States. However, our black market is so rampant that 99.99% of the products are available for sale that don't have FDA authorization because they're available everywhere cigarettes are.
Yep.
Only the major chain convenience stores have refused to do it, and that's only because Big Tobacco told them that if we catch you selling any of these illegal Chinese disposable vapes, you won't ever be able to sell any of our tobacco products. But your little corner shop, run by some little Indian that immigrated legally into this country 10 years ago, he has them and doesn't give two shits whether the FDA authorized it or not. If his customers want them, he's going to sell them because he's trying to make a buck.
Definitely. Wow. Holy shit.
Yeah, here we go. Gotta love our politicians, you know. These schmucks get into frickin' office. Nancy Pelosi's been there longer than I've been alive. She was Kennedy's assistant back when he was president, back in the 60s. And she's been in Washington, D.C. ever since. And she's a billionaire. How did she become a billionaire politician?
Well,
Nancy Pelosi should be prosecuted for that. And Nancy Pelosi has a little problem because her husband sold their Visa stock. They had a lot of Visa stock one day before Visa was announced that Visa is being sued by the Department of Justice. Think of that. Nancy Pelosi sold vast amounts of Visa stock one day before the big lawsuit that we all read about a few days ago was brought against Visa. You think it was luck? I don't think. She should be prosecuted.
All these politicians should be prosecuted. Whatever happened to ethics investigations to find out how is it that when you walk into Congress as, you know, a representative in some location in the country, you know, your net worth might be $100,000, right? Because no poor person averaged below is going to be able to run for office and actually successfully win, because you got to have friends in high places that got a lot of money to pay for network advertising to outgun The incumbent.
Oh, yeah, it takes a lot of money.
You were talking about cartoons last year, remember? Or last episode? You remember cartoons? and the ones that you had to listen to as a kid? I don't ever recall watching this. But the first 2 years of the Flintstones were sponsored by Big Tobacco.
I've never seen them ones, like.
The Flintstones has been brought to you by Winston, America's best-selling, best-tasting filter cigarette. Winston tastes good like a cigarette should.
Really?
The Flintstones.
Yeah.
Oh, so I've never
I
seen
saw it in that documentary.
Never...
I saw that in the documentary. I don't know if it was A Billion Lives or one of those ones I've seen in the past, but yeah, they did have it in there talking about Barney and Fred were standing outside the window and they're like, what are you going to do today? He's like, I don't know, but we at least got our cigarettes to fall back on.
Holy shit. And it's not aimed at kids, but yeah, you've got your cartoon characters now puffing away.
This is why we have so much animosity from tobacco control freaks out there. Because this is the tricks that they had. Okay, well, that's fine, but that has nothing to do with modern technology, the evolution away from combustion. Speaking of China, this is impressive, man. I couldn't believe when I saw this. I don't want to get a copyright claim. Shut the music off. You see all those lights? Those are each individual drones. Thousands of them to create this light show.
We have a light show over here with drones. Holy moly, there's fucking hundreds of them now.
Thousands of them.
Wow. Wow, that's so cool. So how the fuck, if they've got all them drones, how many people flying them? There must got to be one person per drone, surely.
No, it's all done computer. It's all AI driven. You know, they have a program that
AI.
they wrote. And
holy moly, that's so cool. Wow.
That's amazing. You thought laser light shows were funny and fantastic. Look at this. This is all drones.
Holy moly.
That is wild.
It's so fast and responsive as well. No delay or anything.
Because you don't see all the drones.
Aye. That's so clever. Tell you, man.
How big of a field do they have them landing in? That's what I want to know.
Oh, Jesus. That's just going to show how far ahead they are technology-wise. Holy moly.
So barely is anybody talking about this. Well, they are now because they're on strike. But what happens if these seaports shut down in October?
What happens if our seaports go on strike? The strike is set for October 1st, so you better share this with everyone. Because if our ports close, everything we depend on closes with it. Let's talk about what would happen within the month of October. On day one, international fuel shipments are the first to feel the impact. Crude oil tankers stuck offshore means no new fuel entering refineries. By the end of the day, concerns spread across industries as gas stations, trucking companies, and airlines brace for immediate shortages. Everything from fuel to imported goods is at risk, but fuel becomes the most critical loss. By day 3, gas stations are starting to run dry and rationing begins. Prices surge as demand skyrockets. Without fuel, trucks can't deliver goods, and the first shortages show up in grocery stores. Businesses relying on imported oil, like refineries, scramble to maintain operations with whatever reserves they have left. The ripple effect starts to hit home. No fuel means no transportation, and without transportation, the flow of goods stop. Day 7, the energy crisis takes hold. Within the first week, the impact of fuel shortage deepens. Trucks, trains, and ships that move essential supplies across the country slow to a halt. Agriculture and manufacturing are crippled, unable to operate without fuel for machinery and transportation. Airlines begin canceling flights and public transportation services are cut. Gas prices hit all-time highs as panic buying intensifies. By week 2...
Listen, none of this would be an issue if we actually made all the shit that we buy in this country. But we live in a global economy where everything is made at the cheapest possible cost in the cheapest country to manufacture things in. And the cost of shipping it here ain't shit. So what's going to happen if all these imports are stopped on one side of the country? There goes 50% of everything we buy in the store. And everything, like he said, fuel. We make our own fuel, but not enough to support every single person continuing the way they were without some inconvenience.
Yeah.
So the gas prices are going to go up as soon as, supply starts to dwindle. Basic laws of economics, supply and demand.
The power grid struggles and collapse looms. Power plants that rely on imported fuel start to struggle and blackouts spread as they ration what's left. People begin hoarding fuel and chaos erupts at the pumps. The stock market plummets as industries reliant on global supply chains begin to crumble. The economy falters and unemployment skyrockets as factories close and businesses shutter. By week 4, total breakdown of society. By the end of the month, the energy crisis and fuel shortages bring...
It ain't going to get that bad. It ain't going to last that long. Biden come along, are going to come in and right before election day, they're going to come to a beautiful resolution for all this and take all the credit for it. But we've known about this for a year. Couldn't possibly do anything about it until after it's a crisis situation and it's the day before election day and you want to be the hero.
Too little too late, isn't it?
This guy is telling you the worst case scenario. So, sorry, not sharing you.
Well, obviously, yeah.
Anybody that understands, how much of our products that we purchase are being imported into this country and what happens if, the ports are shut down, well, that's common sense. But there's a saying out there, and I've came to this realization once again for probably the millionth time, ignorance is bliss. If you don't have a clue about what the fucking FDA has done to the vaping industry, and you just go to your convenience stores and you always find these things sitting there, you don't have a clue what the heck kind of stuff we advocate about. It's all foreign news to you. Like, you're full of shit. What do you mean there's only 23 products authorized? Well, it's 34 actually now.
There is.
Well, that's technically all FDA has put authorizations, marketing authorizations for. Just because you can buy them everywhere doesn't mean that it hasn't been, authorized. Anyway.
You see it? The shops are selling them regardless. People are selling them regardless, so they don't care.
So what's going to happen, if this strike does go on and they can't be the hero and can't get these people to negotiate?
Oh, bad shit.
It's going to be a bad Christmas for everyone. Because the time lag between when the imports dwindle supplies and drive up prices, it takes time for those prices to come back down and inventory to be fully restocked. Andy C., hello and welcome. But here we go in Australia, man. Australia has the sale of vaping products now available in every pharmacy that was willing to supply them. And that became effective today. You no longer need a prescription to buy a vape product in Australia. You just need to go to a pharmacy and pound the shit out of the pharmacist to go, give me my vape. I don't want to smoke cigarettes. But you can't purchase it online. Can't legally purchase a vape from an online pharmacy. But you can get a carton of cigarettes to your shopping cart for delivery from Woolworths. You guys have Woolworths in your neck of the woods? I haven't seen them since I was a kid.
Nah, they were long gone from here now, Woolworths. Because it was Woolworths, then it was Woolco, changed to Woolco, and then Asda kind of moved in when they moved out. Which
Yeah,
maybe
Woolworths went out of business when I was a kid here, and then I mean, a lot of companies went out of business back then. Gold Circle and a bunch of other ones. And Kmart was like the only one that remained, and Sears.
I mean, Asda came afterwards, but I mean, Asda then were obviously Walmart. They were owned by Walmart, but now they're owned by two Indian guys now, apparently.
Well, the Therapeutic Vaping Goods Administration, the law that was just passed, and the schmucks at the TGA say that vapes can only be supplied in person directly to the patient or the caregiver of the patient. It is unlawful to dispense and supply S4 therapeutic goods online.
Oh, my God.
And the pharmacies don't want to have anything to do with selling vapes because they know what's coming next. It's not going to drop teen vaping in Australia. And everybody's going to start pointing the finger at the pharmacies going, how are these kids getting it? Well, the same black market they were getting at before when it was a prescription-only model. But you guys didn't want to legalize things. So guess what? That black market ain't going anywhere. Just getting bigger.
Exactly.
You come back to the storm.
You made it.
Oh my God, they all falling.
Oh, the whole lot's gone.
They got so much rain that the soil can't hold the trees up anymore.
Look, the whole lot's gone.
They all falling.
Holy moly. The whole lot's gone down.
So even the places that didn't get flooded are dealing with damage from this storm.
Your ground's saturated. All the soils and everything are totally saturated. There's nowhere else for it to go.
I remember on the holidays, because being a paper boy, man, the holiday sales, the comics were thicker than the paper, and the paper was already like this thick back in the day.
Yeah.
But Black Friday shopping, the Thursday paper on Thanksgiving, the comic section, the ads were literally this thick. Toys R Us used to put a book in there. Sears Roebuck Company used to put a book of Christmas stuff in there, Christmas catalog. Not just the Christmas catalog you used to order when we were children, our parents ordered. You'd get a catalog that was like literally, a small phone book.
Oh, Jesus. Sears.
Jumping back to Joe Rogan and our health,
which is totally illegal.
What do you think about RFK's, possibly getting in to investigate all that stuff?
I think it would be one of the best things for the health of the people in the United States. If you really care about health, I think there's a lot of us, and it was me at one point in time, and I've gotten more educated about it. A lot of us are very ignorant about what we're doing to our bodies with food and with medications.
Yeah.
And I don't think we're being told the truth. And I think there's a reason why other countries, multiple other countries, have banned food elements, food like ingredients that we use.
I talked about this numerous times before this was even big hay. Before Callie Means and Casey Means, put this book out. I talked about it before, how the EU has a list of almost 10,000 chemical ingredients that are banned from their food supply, that we have no problem with it, and then the FDA has determined they're safe and effective. Like your red dye number 40 and your yellow dye number whatever the heck it is.
Yeah. And also a lot of preservatives.
Brominated vegetable oil. There's a host of things that's in every single thing we buy. And like brominated vegetable oil last year got taken out of the American food supply because the FDA determined, we've been lying to you for decades, man. That shit's bad for you.
Yeah.
It causes Alzheimer's and neurodegenerative diseases and cancer and a bunch of other stuff. Meanwhile, I was working as a paramedic and drank 2-liter bottles of Mountain Dew and didn't think twice about the fact that, there's brominated vegetable oil in there. It's going to give me Alzheimer's when I get old.
all the time.
Holy
These
shit.
red dyes. They had all these health experts testify, and they were all hammering this point over and over again. They were talking about the food additives. They were talking about glyphosate and how fucking dangerous glyphosate is. And
yeah, causes cancer. And they're like, oh, we heard about that last week. John Stossel mentioned about that during his, talking about the lawsuits, the class action lawsuits, and how all the money's not going to the actual injured parties anymore. It's going to philanthropic organizations, charity do-gooders out there that are actually, right or left-wing nut jobs, depending on who the lawyers are and who they owe favors to. But glyphosate is sprayed on products, on our agricultural products, in order to, stop other pests from growing so that those can grow faster and stronger. And the problem is, once you spray it on something, it gets absorbed into that product. And one of the things in our dad jokes is actually they took old mill flour and they sent it to a lab and said, test this to see if you can find any glyphosate in the flour. And you'll see in the dad joke section that, oops, yeah, well, it's in the flour. Well, naturally, if you spray it on the plant, it's going to be absorbed. And if it's absorbed, that means that you're going to be eating it when you use that to make your muffins and your breads and your pies. And this has been going on for decades. And we wonder why so many people are sick in this country and having to take all these pills week after week, month after month, for the rest of your life. But it's safe.
like an enormous percentage of people show traces of glyphosate in their blood. We're getting it through all kinds of vegetables. It's ubiquitously sprayed on monocrop agriculture crops. We're all just consuming these poisons. There's no reason to have fluoride in the water. There's fucking no reason. We've been putting fluoride in the water. Oh, keep your teeth clean. You don't want cavities.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
And we've been doing it forever.
Yeah. And I looked. Is fluoride banned anywhere on the planet? No.
Nope.
It's not. But there's a shit ton of countries, dozens of countries, that do not put it in their water supply. A bunch of them in Europe. Hungary's one of them. There is no fluoride in the Hungarian water supply. Zero. What's the point? You want fluoride? It's in your toothpaste if you want to choose to use it. But in Hungary, you can buy toothpaste that doesn't have fluoride in it. You can't in the United States. It's like they're purposely trying to poison us and make us all stupid and get us all sick early. Maybe so that we don't have to, collect our Medicare and Medicaid and Social Security. Social Security is what I was thinking of. You know who that is? Kenny, do you know who that is? Gavin Newsom, the governor of California. You know what this schmuck did? You know what this schmuck did? Passed a law making it illegal to require ID to vote.
Eh? Holy. What? No,
so if your county
got nothing.
wanted to pass a law that says, anybody in our county needs to bring ID to vote, you can't anymore because the law has been made illegal by the state of California.
Yeah.
So you need an ID to go into a Sam's Club or a Costco, but you don't need an ID to vote. I personally like Kennedy's stance on it. Kennedy says, you know what? Passports is federal ID. But it costs money to get your passport. So here's what we're going to do. If he was going to be president, here's what he was going to do. He's going to sign a fucking, executive order that said from this point forward, anybody who doesn't have ID because you're poor, you're probably already on some form of, food assistance or something, right? Anybody who qualifies for that qualifies to pay $0 to get their passport. Not because they're going to have money to go out of the country and need a passport, but so that they could get a government-issued ID for free. And then there's no reason not to require ID to vote. But
makes sense. That
He's not
makes
going to be
sense.
president, so it ain't going to happen. But that would have been a fantastic idea.
Brilliant.
Should we keep the Electoral College in the United States? Political poll was done. 58% said, no, we don't need an Electoral College. 39%, yeah, we do need to keep the Electoral College. This is like the doctors and the people, the population that don't know nicotine. People do not understand why we even have an Electoral College here in the United States. Okay? Why it was implemented is not the reason why it's needed today. It was implemented originally because most people are stupid. Most people are uneducated. Most people never graduated high school back when this country was founded. So in case they decided to, vote some idiot in that was going to destroy this country, the Electoral College was there and was represented by smart people that could go, I'm sorry, but that's just one person we are not going to vote for no matter what. Today, the Electoral College is there for other reasons. It's not because everybody's stupid. Although we do have a lot of sheep that, will follow anybody's advice. We need the Electoral College in case of something happening that is not going to allow a complete election to take place. Let's say that Russia decides to drop a nuke on election day.
That's possible.
Well, time marches on, and there's no way in hell that, half the country that's now destroyed is going to be able to hold, actual elections. Hence the reason why you have an Electoral College. It's kind of like free speech. Free speech isn't to, protect things that we like to hear. Free speech is there for us to be able to hear all the views of all the schmucks and idiots and psychopaths out there. Because, sometimes they are right. This I thought was kind of interesting and true. A country run by banks will always be in debt. Healthcare run by big pharma will never cure a disease, but they'll sell you a pill you'll need to take every day for the rest of your life. A state run by warmongers will never know peace. And a nation run by media will never know the truth.
Well, it's a combination of all of them in this day and age, isn't it? They're all there.
Well, you wonder why things are bad as they are. Australians aged 18 and over looking to buy a vape without a prescription can now do so legally under changes in the national vape legislation that came into effect today.
Really?
Congratulations, blokes. Hope you live near a pharmacy that's willing to sell them.
Exactly.
Yes, I already read it. In short, from today, nicotine vapes will be available to adults without prescription in pharmacies as new national vaping laws take into effect. Except for Western Australia. They want to do their own thing, and they don't believe in listening to the federal government. We'll get to that later. Look at this flooding. Gatlinburg, Tennessee, completely flooded Main Street. Asheville, South Carolina, we drove through there when I went to Gatlinburg last time. Georgia. Panhandle of Florida. That is bad, dude.
Seriously bad, mate. That as well, fucking. Oof.
What is this one?
With World War III, if we're not there already and it just hasn't been labeled yet.
We've never been so close to World War III as we are right now.
Hold on. You guys can't hear that.
Oh, this is that interview I told you about that I watched, Dr. Phil, when he interviewed Trump.
Let's try this.
With World War III, if we're not there already and it just hasn't been labeled yet.
We've never been so close to World War III as we are right now.
There could be 100,000 or more potential terrorists on American soil right now today, given what's happened at the southern border.
Correct.
And we do have Venezuela, Congo, others that are emptying their prisons of their most dangerous criminals with one caveat: we'll let you out, but you go to the United States.
I believe every country is doing it.
Yeah. And it's,
by the way, if you were the head of a country,
well,
you'd be the first one to do it. I know you. You'd say, "What? Let's get rid of these." You know the money they save and the danger they save.
And look at this map. That I did a show about this. The red is where Chinese
this boggled my
government
mind.
Has funded buying major farmland.
Yeah.
And then superimposed on that are some of our most strategic
military bases. Kenny, look at this. This is crazy.
Yeah. It's nuts.
Why are they buying all the farmland around our military bases?
Wonder why.
Military bases. Yeah. And you can see there's Dugway Proving Ground. That's military equipment, biological, chemical weapons. They're surrounding it. Utah Test Training Range, the largest supersonic authorized restricted airspace in the United States. Whiteman Air Force Base, B-2 Spirit Stealth Bomber Base, missile drone operations, MQ-9 Reaper, Global Strike Command 3, Air Force, entire Bomber Force Nuclear Command, Control, and Communications. Fort Liberty, Airborne Special Operations Forces, Rapid Deployment. We've allowed them to come in and buy up agricultural land, wind farms, no wind, no blades on some of the towers, but they're surrounding our military bases.
Isn't that wild?
Scary. Why are they letting them do it?
Why is BlackRock buying so many of the farmlands in our country and so many of the houses? What's the point of that? The cure for a fallacious argument is a better argument, not the suppression of ideas. Carl Sagan.
Can you go with that one?
Another tobacco shop. This is 117. That's nuts, man.
The world we live in is
Chimney Rock, North Carolina.
Wow. That's all flood water with all the debris on.
Yep.
It almost looks like you could walk over it, doesn't it? There's that much there.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Biden's waiting. He doesn't want to interrupt, all the rescue operations that are happening. He couldn't fly over this in his helicopter and at least see how bad the damage is and how extensive the damage is. No, we're going to wait. We don't want to, impede on anything. This bothers the shit out of me. Feels like 1996 in Los Angeles today. Smokers are everywhere. Well, yeah, you banned the vaping.
Exactly.
People aren't going to stop smoking if they don't have an alternative.
I mean, vaping has the great potential to sort of end a lot of jobs in tobacco control because, the game is up. If this thing turns out to be what it looks like it's turning out to be, then tobacco control, who hate vaping by and large, don't have a function anymore. So there's a lot of jobs, a lot of money at stake here. And that's a very nasty side of this.
Billions and billions.
A hell of a lot. And it is strange that tobacco control have become more nefarious than the tobacco industry. I never thought I'd say that, but it's true. I mean, vaping has the great...
They're fighting for their very lives. Let's be honest. They don't give a shit about people's public health. They don't care about ending cigarette smoking. That's the antithesis to their financial means that allows them to operate. All right, I got a question for you, Kenny. Have you ever seen this animal? And if you have, what the hell is it? Okay?
Roll it. What the fuck?
It's not a turtle.
Shit.
What the hell is that? It's got like a crocodile head, but it's got flappers.
The Loch Ness Monster. Never
seen anything like that before.
Holy fuck.
Every kid that tried or uses vapes had already tried or were going to try smoking at some point. Can we please be honest with each other about that? Those kids are critical of authority and brave enough to question laws and go beyond the rules. I know, because I was one of them. Vaping is not and never was a gateway to smoking. And here we have some other storm damage. The largest ocean solar plant has been destroyed.
Ooh, God,
Why on earth did they choose to use solar as the means of generating electricity there? Why wouldn't they have an ocean floating electrical generation plant that the waves actually are what creates the electricity? Why would you put a solar plant in the ocean when the first storm that comes by is going to uproot all of that stuff? We talked about this. Breaking news, scientists discover someone dying prematurely from smoking-related condition, just as dead as anybody dying prematurely from illicit drug complication. Many of both types of death preventable with harm reduction. Common sense. Why is that so hard to understand?
Tonight, an unfolding catastrophe in Asheville, North Carolina. Homes and buildings swept away by raging floodwaters that have submerged the town.
It's beyond anything I've ever seen in my lifetime.
Parts of the town not underwater, completely cut off.
Somebody on a Facebook post said something about having to fly out of Asheville because you can't drive out of Asheville.
That extreme.
Yeah.
With no power and no cell service, crowds formed outside this hotel, one of the only places in town with working Wi-Fi.
We've been just trying to get on as much as we can and either get an email or a text out and just let everybody know that we're okay.
We met up with Cindy Tran, her forever home, a self-described oasis, ravaged by the cresting French Broad River nearby.
The water came up so quick, halfway up to the second floor. We thought the way it just kept rising so fast, it was going to get to the second floor, so we had to get out.
A similar scene in the town of Chimney Rock, virtually wiped off the map by floodwaters.
Chimney Rock's gone. Flowering Bridge is gone.
Meanwhile, the heavy rains triggering a massive mudslide that washed out this stretch of I-40, a major highway connecting western and eastern parts of the state. One bit of good news.
Hundreds of
two dams that were in
thousands of
danger
homes are now
collapse.
gone.
The Nolichucky and Lake Lure dams now appear to be okay as water levels slowly recede. Helene's flooding rains bringing devastation to Tennessee as well. In Irwin, the scene of this dramatic rescue. Patients and staff rushing to the roof as floodwaters engulf the Unicoi County Hospital. Boats and helicopters converging to quickly get them to safety.
I was very concerned that we was going to lose the hospital.
In South Carolina, crews dug this tree off a car. Strong winds leaving more than 1 million people there without power. Back in Asheville, residents resorting to kayaks to get around flooded streets as they figure out how to move forward.
Are you okay?
I will be. I'm every now and then. I was fine yesterday, believe it or not, but now, like today, things have been settling in and I just can't stop crying.
Although the water has started to recede, the damage is already done. And with more potential rain in the forecast, people here just don't know how much more they can take.
So we have billions of dollars to send to Ukraine, but we can't even get the president to go down there to find out how bad this is. Makes perfect sense. Democrats should take the concerns and needs of vapers more seriously. Democrats have been getting tobacco harm reduction consistently wrong for years. They get harm reduction for people that use needles to inject drugs illicitly into their arms, but they don't understand vaping. We need to change that.
Just wanted to jump on here and give y'all a little update. I ain't got to see it in person yet, but I've had pictures sent to me. Y'all keep me and my family in your prayers, because from what I see, I have no fucking home to go back to. Just wanted to jump on here and give y'all a
How many other people are in the same situation as that guy?
I really don't think y'all understand how bad it is in the Southeast right now. We have towns that don't exist anymore. Chimney Rock is gone. The city of Asheville is cut off from the world. This is not an exaggeration. All the bridges leading into the city have been washed away. They have no food, no power, no water, no internet, no cell service. They don't even have radio. It's a complete dead zone. No one knows what's going on in there. I don't think I'm being dramatic when I say that this is a Hurricane Katrina level event. There was a woman in my town who called for an ambulance, and the ambulance got stranded, and they were stranded for like 24 hours, and to my knowledge, the patient didn't make it. People are dying. They're still dying. I've been running the generator for the last 3 days, and we're starting to run out of gas, and this is on Highway 123 heading from Aisley to Greenville, and this was a 1 mile long line to get gas because they were the only people we knew around that had gas left. I got all the way to the end, and they were out. They had no gas. We checked every gas station in Pickens, in Aisley, in Liberty, nothing. And I don't know what I'm going to do when I run out of gas, I tell you that much. Try to steal some from my car maybe to keep my food cold, but even then, I don't know. This is the I-40 bridge, from Tennessee to North Carolina. It's gone. It don't exist no more either.
Pigeon River.
We have people dying out here. Man, we need help. We need help.
We need help. No help in sight. Do you ever have this, Kenny? Advertising that interrupts your video? Does it make you want to go and buy their product?
No,
it makes you hate their product and vow to never buy it again. That's all I kept seeing in my feed. All this flooding. If Ukraine got billions of our tax dollars, then Appalachia better be getting the same. Town after town after town. Utterly destroyed. Anyway, this is another one that drives me crazy. $42 billion has been allocated to extending broadband internet service across this country. And the people like Comcast keep taking the money and not actually doing anything with it. We're upgrading our infrastructure. But they don't actually extend what areas they're covering. Elon Musk sent as many of his satellite internet receivers as he could down to the south because of how bad it is down there and how out of communication they were. But even that requires electricity. All right. Some lighthearted humor here. Look at this bear.
He's dragging his legs.
Looks like he's paralyzed.
He's dragging his legs.
I thought his back was broke. Just a bear walking through the yard. Nothing to see here. Hey, I'm no marriage expert, but have you tried putting on a sundress and telling him that you don't trust the government? Would that work for you, Kenny?
Kind of.
I don't mean to put you to sleep here.
Of the board.
No, I'm farting about.
Remember this lady from last week?
That decides what is going to be allowed in our public school. The majority of the board that decides what is going to be allowed in our public school lunches, almost all of them are taking money from Novo Nordisk, who is the creator of Ozempic. So if you have a panel of people that are deciding school lunches for kids in America, and they take money from a weight loss drug, and they're now testing to make sure that drug can be given to kids,
keep playing.
What kind of food do you think they're going to say the public school should have? Public school cafeterias are the largest fast food restaurant in America. It's all fast food. It's all processed food in our schools. So then you have public school kids who are dumb because of the food. They can't think. They're hopped up on food dye, and then they can't learn to read. They're not learning math. And then they're growing up and they're on prescription medications for the rest of their life. They think that they're mentally ill. And really, we just made them that way. The majority of the board.
It's crazy. Here's the power trucks trying to get into these towns to restore power. They can't because of all the trees that are falling down. So even if the bridge wasn't taken out between these towns across these rivers, all the roads are blocked everywhere they go.
Oh, God.
And you wonder why it's going to take them another week to 10 days to get power back on to the millions of people that don't have it right now. But we don't have any more resources to send the South. Sorry. So all going to Ukraine.
It's just ridiculous.
$100 package of security assistance. We've given them all everything we have. We're on the ground ahead of time, so we're working hard.
Are there any more resources the federal government could be giving them?
No, we've given them, we have pre-planned a significant amount of it, even though they didn't ask for it yet. I'm proud to announce.
So we're proud to announce that we're giving billions of dollars to Ukraine, but we have no more resources to send the people that were affected by this hurricane. Sorry. We pre-planned this, and we send everything we had. Listen, I got to give props to this guy. Have you ever seen a doctor apologize?
Oh, God, no.
From 3 years ago, I'll spend the remainder of my career making up for the harm I did back when I was ignorant of what's going on. Early in my medical career, I was ignorant. I was an ignorant doctor telling my obese patients to just eat less and move more, as if that was some brilliance that they had never thought of, and that it actually worked. I'm sorry. I will spend the remainder of my career making up for the harm I did. Props to the guy. I've never seen a doctor apologize.
Sure. Good news, bad news. Ooh.
Bad news for the anti-vaping zealots out there. UST nicotine vaping has dropped 70% in the last 5 years. Half as many
Yeah,
kids
I'd
vape
like to
now
know
that
that.
smoked in 2011. Teen smoking is now almost zero. Teen nicotine use dropped 40% over the past decade.
There you
And that
go.
was kind of like what I went off about when we really talked about him.
The so-called pandemic and epidemic of youth vaping. I'll tell you, it was just a fad. Someone to try, they get bored with it, and they move on to something else.
I still can't get over this thing. I can't get bored watching these rockets land. All on their own. Look at that. Here out comes the legs, and it just quietly sits down on the ground. I told you South Africa was also going to be in the thing for this year. Kurt Yo talking about Health Zimbabwe. Smoke-free Sweden, the smoking rate is off this graph. 2021 South African Global Adult Tobacco Survey reported an overall figure of 25.8% of the people in South Africa smoke cigarettes. This is up from 12.8% in 2012. Meanwhile, New Zealand has got it right and is going to be a smoke-free country later this year. It's what happens when some people get things right and other people get things wrong. We know what works. All right. Enough of that news there. You know you're going to be banning disposables in the UK, right, mate?
That's correct, yep.
Action on Smoking and Health is all for this, right? So they did a study in the UK. Come on. Go away, commercial. Vape users say that they're likely to revert to cigarettes when the new ban comes into effect. The ban on disposable vapes in the UK. A study of 1,000 people revealed that 85% of vapers are former cigarette smokers. And due to the proposed ban by the government in 2025, 52% are afraid that they're going to go back to smoking cigarettes if they get rid of disposable vapes in the UK.
Wow. That's over half.
That's the UK.
And they want to smoke-free Britain. And they want to smoke-free Britain. The delusion, man.
Clearing the air. Skip Murray. How many of you out there know Skip Murray? How many of you know that she was featured in this article? Voices of Harm Reduction, Part 1, Skip Murray. Beautiful story, how she got into the advocacy thing. She talks about, her vape shop that she had, what happened to your business. So why are we talking now? You've transformed into a full-time advocate. Do you feel anger to those people who spread misinformation and were responsible for closing your shop? Awesome article, if you guys want to check it out.
Too fucking right you do. You know what I mean? Because you're pissed off with them. You know what I mean? Oh, man, scratch me, yeah.
There's the link if anybody wants to go and check her out. We talked about the East Coast port closing. It's time to get into some vape science.
Science. We love science.
Vape Science from SIG Magazine. Study confirms the effectiveness of electronic cigarettes to quit smoking. Where do you think this study was done? Was it done in the United States? Was it done in the UK? Where was it done? How about Saudi Arabia? A Saudi scientific study examines the perceptions, preferences, and outcomes of smokers who want to quit. And guess what happens when they try a vaping product? They quit smoking. It's like it's a freaking miracle. Holy cow. I've got a bunch of vape science. New population level data from the UK.
Ooh.
Overall cigarette smoking prevalence down to 11.9% in 2023. 18 to 24-year-olds had the greatest decline in smoking between 2011 and 2023. 16 to 24-year-olds had the highest vaping rates in 2023. That is awesome. Something to be excited about.
So there you go. Smoking's down, vaping's up. Hello. Yoo-hoo.
It works.
Anybody watching?
It works.
Yeah. Yoo-hoo.
Science isn't about knowing all the answers. It's about asking the right questions. Totally agree.
It is.
About half of people with mental illness are smokers, are people who smoke. Of course. This comes from Ireland. And they're like, we need to get rid of the cigarettes because if we get rid of the cigarettes, we'll get rid of mental illness. That's not how it works, moron.
No, sorry, no. Sorry, no.
And here in the United States, I was shocked to come across this. They never tell us the truth. Not when it goes against their agenda. But here we go. The CDC announced a brand new survey, the one that they do every single year, has found once again that teen vaping is now reached the lowest point in the past 10 years. According to the CDC, the latest numbers show that the rate of adolescents fell under 6% this year, down from 7.7% in 2023. You know what? When you look at the actual numbers, you'll realize that there are about 500,000 less kids every single year using vaping products. Maybe it's time we focus on the adults that will die if they don't switch.
I think the next fad, because I've seen like glimmers of it here in the UK with regarding teens and that, it's going to be snus or snus, whichever way you want to pronounce it. I think that's going to be the next thing they're going to be. Yeah. Easy to hide. No vapor. No stick under your gum. Job done. And nobody will ever know.
We got a problem here, mate. You know you could get a £100 on-the-spot fine for vaping in your car?
Yeah, there was something about it, but that was with children in your car. I don't know if it affects you with you being on your own. I think it was the same with cigarettes. You get fined for smoking in your car if you've got children in your car. But I'm not so sure about if you're on your own. Unless that's changed.
While the highway code doesn't explicitly make it an offense to smoke or vape while driving, motorists are advised to refrain from doing so until they can pull over safely and have completed their journey. This caution is due to the potential for such activities, when combined with poor driving or leading to an accident, to result in charges of careless driving or not being in proper control of your vehicle. This is a fear-mongering story.
Bullshit. I mean, especially, you could probably see where they're coming from when you've got something like that. Yeah, a cloud machine. But if you're sitting in your car with something like that, or, you know, what you have, what's that going to do? Nothing. Plus, driving over here now is getting more stressful than what it is anyway. There's the amount of bloody traffic that's on the roads now. It feels like a chore.
So, from Petaling Jaya in Malaysia, the Control of Smoking Products for Public Health Act 2024 has taken effect effective October 1st. It's the critical step to reducing the health risk associated with smoking in Malaysia. Do you think that they're in support of vaping? No, because they said health risk associated with smoking and vaping. They don't get it.
Yeah. No. And there's the magic word, vaping.
Link in the description below if you want to check it out.
Absolute horseshit.
Jumping over to the
Oh,
EU.
yeah, man. I like that. Do you like area
kiss
rugs?
off.
Yeah, very good. Do you like area rugs? Because I have a good shag for you at my place. Good old Mallory. Good old Mallory. Oh, look at all the
No,
pop-ups
I
you
will
got on
not
that one.
subscribe to your paper. EU calls to ban public vaping, even though it's going to increase smoking. Found this one in Filter Mag. The EU Commission, an executive arm of the EU, is calling for member states to treat safer nicotine products like cigarettes by banning use of vapes and heated tobacco products from a wide range of outdoor spaces.
Oh, so that's where our little Prime Minister got his stupid idea from, is it?
Yes. That's exactly where he got it from. If you're outside, the bus exhaust is going to be more harmful to your health than anything that you personally do, let alone secondhand experience.
What about all the other airborne crap that you get in city centres as well? Buses, car fumes, other fucking shit. People coughing and sneezing all over you. Oh, no, that'll be fine.
A bunch of larks. All of them.
Honestly, man. They've got no better to do, man. These goody two-shoes people.
Oh, you're going to love this one. Going back to Australia. So we have the federal government legalized vaping in Australia. Yes, you have to buy from a pharmacy, all right? But you got a big selection of things. You can buy a Geek Vape pod system over there, right? Legally. And buy a bottle of e-liquid. And yeah, it's going to cost you an arm and a leg. But you can at least get it legally, right? Western Australia says, fuck you, federal government. We're going to do our own thing. And we're going to keep the ban on vaping. What? You can't do that. Secondhand weed smoke is perfectly fine and perfectly legal. They don't care about that.
Nope.
You can smoke all the weed you want. Telling you, man. Western Australia has lost their marbles.
Oh, fucking world's gone mad, man.
Western Australia to override national vaping laws. But just 2 retailers have been prosecuted for illegal sales. What? That's enough. I had enough. No more news.
I'll tell you what I've seen. I'll tell you this is something I've seen. It was like a program. It's like daytime television, right? It's something like an ex-SAS guy who's talking about how the police are using SAS tactics, surveillance, all that shit, And they went in this bus, right? I'll tell you what it is. This thing, even though it was hiding disgusting stuff like cigarettes and vapes, but it was the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life, right? They raided this house. They went in his house. They walked in his bathroom. It looked like a normal bathroom, bath over there, toilet, sink, and a shower cubicle. And they found a car key fob. They pressed the car key fob, and the fucking wall on the shower had a door, and it fucking opened behind the shower. And I kid you not, it was full of cigarettes then, but it was a key fob that opened an actual fucking wall in his bathroom. I thought that was one of the coolest things I've ever seen, even though it was being used for. But it was.
I always wanted something like that in my house, some secret room that I only had access to.
Yeah.
Use a key fob.
Yeah, it was I shit you not, it was on a fucking UK. After the show, I'll see if I can find a link and I'll actually send it to you or give you send you the clip. The fucking zapped the car key fob and this fucking shower went, there you go.
Folks, Kenny and I had a fantastic time last week after the show. We normally chat, like 2 old schoolgirls sitting at a park bench, talking about this or that. Last week, we got into music from our childhood, music that moves our soul.
Yes.
And like, have you ever heard of this artist? No. Have you ever heard of this artist? And we sat there and listened to each other's music. And I'm like, man, wouldn't that be awesome to do on a live show? Except the bullcrap copyright restrictions that prevent us from being able to do that.
I think we should study the fair use rules, mate. We might be able to get away with 10 seconds, roughly.
Listen, I've had commercials that play in the background I get a copyright claim on. The music that was used in the commercial. And we get a strike on our channel for it.
But like I say, we're discussing this stuff and like obviously how some of these reaction videos on YouTube don't get that kind of shit, you know? They seem to be able to play a video of somebody live in concert, stop it a few times, have a bit yaga yaga and clear it, and then, you know, nothing happens. And you're like, how are they doing this? You know what I mean? It's
Listen,
baffling.
when I went to go see Teddy Swims, remember I went to go see Teddy Swims and he was coming to here in Pittsburgh and he was just getting started and it was like everything was great. And then 2 weeks later, our video was claimed by their lawyers for showing his music. I was promoting the guy's concert. As a DJ, I have so much more flexibility when it comes to music. Matter of fact, I had music companies sending me CDs. Hey, play this while you're on your gigs. Play this, you know, as a promotion for these artists.
Yeah.
And now here we want to do it on YouTube, and it's like, oh no, you can't do that.
No.
What?
You're promoting it, especially like your favorite artists. You know, you're promoting their music. You're keeping their music alive. Because we were talking obviously about music way back in the day when we were whippersnappers, you know. But you know, we grew up listening to it. And it's still alive today, you know what I mean? Because
I got to find out about artists I have never even heard of. You know, just simple British artists, you know, and the soul and the raspiness of their music, it was just like it spoke to my soul. And I've never heard of them before.
Crazy. For your information, folks, William Dobson in the UK, I introduced him to Chris Rea. There you go, you'll know who he is. You know more, might get wrong.
It was amazing. And the guy only had 2 songs. You know, back in the day when we were growing up as kids, it was nothing but one-hit wonders. So for somebody to have 2 songs on separate times that made it into the top of the charts, it's just like, that's a miracle. Back in the 80s.
Good old singer he was.
Let alone the 70s.
Nice oh, what? I like all genres. I like 50s music, I like 60s music. I even like some of the, I do listen to a bit of classical music now and then, to be honest with you. Fantastic.
That's why the playlist I have, the acoustic playlist that I have for this show has every kind of genre in there. I don't go to the extremes.
But when you look back, when you think you were in a trend, like say I was a punk rocker in my day, loved punk, and everything else was shite. You know, Elvis Presley, he was he. Now, Sex Pistols, great. Playing mod music, the shite. Now you're sitting listening and you're thinking, what have I missed? It's true, isn't it?
You know, as a DJ, I had to play everything because whatever somebody wanted, I played it. That was my job. That's why I saw it as my job. I wasn't one of those egotistical DJs out there that only played whatever they wanted to hear. I thought that was stupid. I'm out there for the enjoyment of everybody in the establishment that was listening to the music. So I'm going to play what you want to hear.
But that's how it should be, because like you say, you go to, say, even a nightclub now or an average disco, they're all playing, I'm not knocking this type of music, some of it's good, they're all the house, the bang, boom, 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 boom music all night. And there's no nostalgic stuff, there's no old, it's just that one genre of music all night. And if you want to go and do that, but you think, they broaden the taste a bit, you know what I mean? But, it never happens now. The good old discos we used to go to played everything, especially all the charts. The top 40, we'll play that, and they played the lot. Now, you've got it's more played in genres rather than,
And because the music is a lot of it is AI generated, as far as the actual lyrics and stuff like that goes, a lot of it, I mean, if you were to do it, let's be honest, music is math. It's a mathematical expression, right? When you look at any of that stuff, I mean, look at Da Vinci, all of his paintings, and how much math is incorporated in the Mona Lisa, for example.
Yeah.
Fibonacci sequence is visible in the actual painting.
Yeah.
So it's natural that AI
People
can
talk
produce
about-
amazing music, but they all sound the same. I
Yeah.
miss the music from back when we were children because, like Chris Ray, I'm like, I miss the soul that was presented, that you got to see the artist's soul every time you heard their song.
Plus, back in them days, you appreciate the talent of the singer. Before all this modern stuff now, your auto tunes and making them sound good and all that. These people could sing live, raw, with none of that, and
None
still
of that.
sound fantastic. You know, it just opened your eyes to, you know,
A
when
simple
people could
channel
sing.
strip is all they had. You might have had, you know, bass, mid, and treble equalizer control on the channel strip. You had a compressor, you had a limiter, that was it.
Yeah. None of this stuff you've got now, where they can literally mimic your voice to how they want it to sound nowadays, can't they? You know what I mean? You don't have to sing today to be a singer. By the time the computer and the AI has done it, make it sound like fucking Pavarotti. You know what I mean?
Yeah. One of these days, you and I are going to sit down and we're going to do that one day. We're going to have a weekend off, you know, we get snowed in or something in the winter, February. We'll sit down one weekend and we'll actually make up some music, and I'll run it through all the VSTs I've got. I have like 3 VSTs that I can sit there and auto tune it, and I can do all kinds of fancy stuff with it.
I'll be a rock star. Damie voice, I'll be a rock star.
A rock star singing Pavarotti style.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Yeah. Nessun Dorma rock style. Yes.
Beethoven rock.
Yeah, man. But there was a guy, he was called, I can't remember, the Chinese guy, and he'd done a rock version of MnC on his guitar. Brilliant. Really good mix. I can't remember what the hell they called him. Chinese guy, very clever, very talented guitarist as well.
It's kind of funny because like a lot of the stuff my wife even points to on TikTok videos and stuff, you take a look at it, they push a lot of the music in the background, and you have artists that'll mismash all kinds of things, right? Things I used to, you know, tinker with as a DJ but never really got into was mashups of different artists and stuff. You'll have the beat and stuff from one artist, and then you'll have the singing of another artist, and you can blend it all together and beat match it all and get it to be perfect. But there's so many things that come across. Like there was these kids that are like 6 years old, little Chinese 6-year-old playing a guitar, you know, playing some Eric Clapton ballad, and he's doing it like no sweat. And there's so much soul and passion in what he does, and it's conveyed in the music. That's lost with all this digital music we have nowadays.
Yeah. It was like you just reminded us, I think it was, when was that out? It was a I don't know if it was an artist or just a table called Jive Buddy. And they used to do mixes and blend them of all the rock and roll songs, and then they blend them all in, and so it would sound like one continuous song. And that, even though they were doing that, it was still a clever thing to do in its day.
Oh yeah,
mixing other songs to make a
Alabama
song.
used to do that when I was a kid. You know, if you ever got to listen to Alabama Live when, you know, it was the original artist playing the band, they would literally go from one song into the next song into the next song. It's not like they do nowadays where they do one song, they sat in there and talk for 5 minutes, and they do another song and then talk for 5 minutes. They would legit play like 4 or 5 songs in a row, and they would just simply cut off the ending, cut off the intro, and they would just transition from one song to the next, and everybody's singing along the whole time. For 20 minutes straight, you're singing because you know the words to their most popular songs that they play one right after the other.
Thing is, I mean, a lot of these reaction video YouTube channels now are still discovering some of the bands. I mean, I've seen a lot of Dire Straits ones. A lot of them just never heard of Dire Straits, and you're like,
yeah,
how have you never heard of Dire Straits? Where have you been? In a closet? And then
A lot of the modern generation is just now finding out about it, and it's because of those TikTok videos that feature all that music.
Oh, that's good.
How many of these artists are out there still touring, except now they're doing it in local community freaking pavilions just to make ends meet, that wouldn't have to if copyright wasn't so restrictive? Those names could still be popular music. People would still be buying their CDs and albums, but they're gone by the wayside because we're not allowed to play any of their music.
And yet all the artists are twisting because of streaming, because of AI, that they're making him. Well, why? Because you're copyrighting everything. You're not letting everybody share your music. So what the hell do you expect? You know what I mean? You know, if I want
They
to share
used to
your
only
song
be
on YouTube,
protected
you gotta
for
copyright
7
us.
years. After 7 years, it was free reign. That got changed twice in my lifetime. First time it got changed from that 7 years to however long the artist is alive. Once the artist was dead, it was free reign. Now it's like the life of the artist plus 75 years or 50 years or whatever the heck the number is. It's just ridiculous.
Well, exactly. And of course, it is. I mean, look at like all the artists that's dead now, and the music like Elvis Presley. You know, he played one of his songs on YouTube, bang, copyright. You know, the man's been dead for fucking decades now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and he'll never gain
You know.
notoriety again because of the fact that copyright is so stringent. You should get 7 years, 10 years max. After 10 years, your song is now open, free reign for anybody to use however they want.
But at the end of the day, I've got no problem playing an artist on whatever channel and them making money out of it. I've got no problem with that, as long as I can play it without being prosecuted or warned or whatever. You know what I mean? As long as if they want to make money out of it, fine. That's what they do for a living. That's their bread and butter. But why should I don't want to be penalised for doing that? You know what I mean? It's horseshit. Like, if you went the extreme, what happens, like, if you've got your favourite track on in your bedroom, you're blasting the music out, your windows are open, and somebody can hear it outside, is that classed as a public freaking performance of it? I mean, how far do you go?
It depends if whether you have a musicians union member driving down the street and hears it.
Yeah.
And then he can take pictures of the 20 people in their yards doing yard work that are the audience for your public performance.
Yeah, exactly.
And he looks at your house and goes, oh, this guy's immaculate. He's got lots of money. We're going to sue him.
Exactly.
For not getting a license for public performance.
It's crazy, man. You know, it's that, isn't it? The wonderful dollar again rules all. Exactly. The dollar rules.
I don't know. It is what it is. Nothing we can do about it. I think it's time for us to have an alcoholic beverage and do an adult beverage review. What do you say, mate? Flavor explosion time.
Yes. Flavor explosion time.
First is Mr.
Folks.
Kenny.
Well, I regretfully have to inform you that I am on no alcohol this week, because I'm now back in the bus driving game again. So I'm driving tomorrow and I'm doing school runs, so I've got busfuls of children. So unfortunately, I'm going to stay teetotal this week, and I've just got one big jug of mango, orange, and pineapple juice.
Ooh, that sounds delicious.
It's very nice, but unfortunately, there's no alcohol. Boo, boo, boo.
There is nothing
Maybe next
wrong
week.
with that. And then there's me, and it's holiday
here we
time,
go.
so it's time to pull out some
look at that.
limited edition. Today, I'm going to be enjoying Rebel Hard Coffee Eggnog latte. 5% alcohol by volume in a measly 11 fluid ounce can.
See how he just makes me so jealous, right? He's sitting there with my rum and raisin fucking vape, and now he's sitting drinking another luscious alcoholic beverage while I can't.
Eggnog hard latte. Cheers to our health.
Cheers to you, sir. Ooh, let's get drunk. Oh, it's still nice with that.
I don't understand how they do that, man. This is a perfect balance of eggnog and a milky coffee. Your forefront paramount flavor, right off the bat, punch you in the face, is eggnog. All the spices you would find in eggnog are forefront. And that just dissipates into a beautiful coffee latte.
My friend William, yeah. I wish. Damn. I really do.
We've got plenty of these for the next couple of weeks.
Holy moly.
Winter Wonderland. You get 2 of each variety. So, in addition to this eggnog latte, we're going to have peppermint mocha, marshmallow mocha, and cinnamon sugar cookie.
Ooh.
I wish I could send you that, but it would probably cost me like $100 to send you just that. Nothing else.
Oh, I bet I.
And then you'd have to play VAT on it as soon as you got it. Especially with the alcohol content.
Get done for bootlegging.
I would love to make an e-liquid like that. I couldn't even get the eggnog right, and I've got multiple eggnog flavorings.
It's a hard one to get that, like eggnog. I'll give you that. Like it is a hard one to master.
I'm gonna get there, man. I'm telling you. Next year, I'm going to do this full time, and I'm going to do single flavor testing, and we're going to do this on a regular basis, and I'm going to figure this stuff out because I want to get a beautiful e-liquid to represent this beverage.
You need to watch more cookie programs. But you know, I don't know if the folks out there know the little story behind the Cherry Bakewell, but Alex watched an English, it was a program of a factory that made this product.
It's like how it's made here in the States.
Yeah, he noted all the ingredients down, and that's the basis of his Cherry Bakewell. Noted what went in it, roughly what percentages, and there you go.
What the flavor profile was, and how it's supposed to taste when you eat it. And it was like, I got those ingredients. Those are like 5 simple profiles that work well together. That's why Cherry Bakewells are so popular in the UK.
Oh, yes. Yes, William, Mr. Kipling, our cake man. That's the brand, Mr. Kipling's Cakes. Fantastic stuff.
And I do believe that's who they featured in the show.
Yeah. It was Kipling's factory, wasn't it? The Kipling factory. Yeah.
And you got to watch the assembly line from the very beginning when they first mix the marzipan. And then it moves down along the line. And they coat it with this and they add this. And it's just like, I could do that.
Yes, there's Alex with his notepad. Yep, I'll have some of that.
That looks delicious. I want to vape it. It worked.
Remind us on, I'll send you some over. Some proper cherry bagels. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
You will know what I mean. It would be nice for you. You've obviously developed a juice. So it would be nice for you to have the real thing to compare it with, you see. There you go.
You see how I can refine it to be more accurate.
There you go.
But I think we're 99% of the way there. Just a little bit of maraschino cherry.
No, you're not far away. Like, not far away. You've got the marzipan spot on. Absolutely nailed it.
That's the hardest part, getting that almond to sit in there.
Beautiful, beautiful vape.
All right.
Check out the recipe, folks. Check out his recipe. It's lovely. Check it out.
Yeah, we'll show it here shortly. What do we got? What do we got? Hand checks. William Dobson, the only one so far, and put it in Facebook. Let's jump over and take a look at our hand checks. Only 2 of them this week. Only 2 of them. Join the Discord. Link in the description below. Hit the like button while you're down there for the show. And let's take a look at our hand checks.
Oh, yes. Very nice.
Sturdy Manufacturing, all in one, with Cloud Nerds, Strawberry Peach. That's from our Discord server.
Nice. Very nice.
And William Dobson has the Ascent with the Shift Tank.
He's got some nice gear, this guy. He's ruined and he's spoiled. Very nice. That's a nice looking setup, that, like, beautiful.
Very, very nice. What are you vaping on there, mate?
I am testing at the moment the latest Blaze from my vape. This is the Max. This is the Max 100 RT. You can see the back. I can only show the front, mind. I can't show the back because it's absolutely riddled with links and QR codes. But that's
30
kind of what I'm at.
millimeter Blaze Max RTA.
There she is, guys. Absolutely gorgeous. And it's too up to now. Seeing it's 100% leak proof, and up to now, it's living up to its name. Very airy tank, but you know, you can dial your airflow down, and it's just a cloud machine. Plus, it's got lots and lots of flavor. Really, really nice. It just pumps out the clouds. But like with all big tanks, it does like a drink. It drinks the juice.
Wow.
But hopefully the review will be up for that very soon. I've got some of it done, so I love it, love it, love it.
Yes,
Absolutely
I did remember that was one of the first things I did because it was on my list of things not to forget for today. I did put up a link in Facebook so that people could drop a chat in.
Yeah, good. Darren,
Got
did you
my
pick
1
up the
year,
boost?
all
Oh.
clear. Congratulations, William.
Whoa, well done, sir. Well done.
And up for me, I am, as usual, back on my classic Arbiter. And that is sitting on our lovely Vandy Vape that we did, Jackaroo that we did last week.
He's got the Arbiter back out. Oh, is this another shift? Do we see another shift?
And inside that, we have Miyagi's Straw Vanilla Custard. Strawberry is the most paramount flavor on this. The Vanilla cookie is a little lackluster. It's not absent, but it is having a hard time trying to compete with the custard that's in this. And it wasn't sweet enough because when I originally mixed this, it had 0 sweetener in it. So I added 1% of super sweet to this. And now that I've cleaned the coil on here and re-wicked it, 5-star recipe.
Delicious. Just delicious.
I also have the beautiful Hell Vape Mouth to Lung 2 tank here. And that is filled with Vapetasia's Pink Lemonade.
What have I got on that? I've got, in this one, I've got lemonade and cherry.
And it's the same MTL2 with a different drip tip. Kenny thought this drip tip was ridiculous. I love it. I really need to get into the DNA software and change this lockout.
It looks like you're playing the flute. You just need to do that with your fingers when you vape them on. There you go. You play the flute.
And that's using the 2mm pin for this tank. I freaking love it, man. It's a very restricted direct to lung with the 2mm pin. The 0.8 millimeter pin is true mouth to lung. Like, you couldn't direct to lung that if you tried. You have to mouth to lung it.
Yeah.
Those are my two
But
main
this one
beasts.
here-
And then miscellaneous.
This one here came with coils included. It's actually got all the information on the coils. They are tricorp fused Claptons NI80. So there you go. And these are the coils that came with it, and they're fabulous, absolutely fabulous.
NI80, NI90 is even more flavorful. The core of this is NI80 wrapped in NI90.
Wow.
Flavor for days. Best value ever. 100. A box of 100 pre-made coils, 3 millimeter wrap coils, was like $23 with shipping. Amazon.
That's all right. Again,
Amazon. Google's your friend.
I used to do, when I had my Facebook, I was in touch with a few guys who made them handmade on Facebook, and there were some fantastic coils. Like, you get these guys who make them by hand, you get some nice ones. They were reasonably priced as well. He made us how many? I got 20 series coils for me Hog 4. He made them at 0.4 ohms dual. NI80, honest to God, I think there were about 10, 11 wraps, everything. Honestly, was superb. I went through them, I hammered them. Absolutely loved them.
And these coils last. I can't get over how long they last.
Yeah.
I've gotten, this one's almost on 6 months now, and it's starting to get a hot spot on there. But 6 months out of a coil where once a week it's getting cleaned and dry burned, that's amazing. For manufactured coils, machine-made coils. Cheryl's talking about, I'm waiting on the Orion 2 with the RBA and the Chitulu all-in-one V2 Burrow.
Oh.
Happy Hippie says that I only vape Canthal wire. Yeah, because there's lots of people out there that have nickel allergies. They're sensitive to nickel. So you have to use Canthal or stainless steel. Stainless steel's got better flavor than Canthal, in my opinion. Plus, it can do temperature control.
Stainless
that's hard to come
steel,
by
I
too.
like. I like stainless and drippers just because it ramps up quicker.
Why, Kenny, when you're not allowed to use the hog in your house?
I can in small percentages. I'm not using this one a lot in the house. It's just for demonstration purposes. I'll tell you what I use in the house most of the time now is this shit. Disposables. That's what I've got for using the house. Just... There you go. That's what gets used in the house.
I love it though, man.
So
I mean,
then-
I was one of those ones when I first heard about the disposables and how they're taking over everything. I'm like, why do we have all these disposables? It's going to ruin the vape market, blah, blah, blah. And then when I went on my cruise, that was what really cemented it in. I was becoming a convert before our cruise, but to realize that I could just leave this hanging around my neck, and no matter where I was, you wouldn't know that I'm vaping. And I got my nick fix. I was a happy camper. So happy.
Certainly were, sir. Exactly. It's got a vape, man. They've got a place. It's just like you said, the availability to teenagers, whatever. That's what fucked them up.
Yeah,
simple as that.
And let's be honest, they're not going anywhere. When the UK bans it, guess what's going to be available everywhere? You're going to get a black market there of disposables.
You probably get more than what you do now off the normal retail.
To be
Probably
honest
more
with
and
you,
more different. More
I've
and
seen
more.
disposables now that aren't disposables. I've seen modular vapes now. They have a battery pack on the bottom, right? And it's like Legos. You stack them, and you have flavor pods, which has a coil and a sponge full of V-liquid in it that snaps on top of it. And there's pins that come from the bottom and come to the top. And there's a top cap. It's not a disposable anymore. and you can mix and mash your flavors. You can put as many flavors as you want, and I think it works like up to like 6 or 7 stacked flavors on top of each other, and each of them are being powered by the one battery on the bottom. It's technically no longer a disposable like what we're used to seeing, but it's the same size and shape as this, except it's broken down into 3 separate parts, and they stack together like Legos. So if you want a strawberry banana, you buy a strawberry, you buy a banana, you stack it on top of the battery mod, you put a cap on it, and strawberry banana.
I think it's the combining like the pod systems with the disposable, the combining the two. They're still a disposable, but you can charge them, etc., or buy a pod for them, whatever. That's where they're kind of going, you know what I mean? I think it's a combination of the two, just to beat the loopholes. You know, it's not
That's
a
exactly
disposable.
what they're doing. It's a modular disposable. Because you know, there's no battery you can remove from the base, from the mod, but you can recharge it, and you can buy multiple of these ones, you know, so if you run out of juice, you have another one in your car, you slap it on the bottom, you're good to go. And then the top part is legit just a holder for e-liquid and a coil, and it has a little power control unit so that you can adjust the percentages of your flavorings. And there's like 3 settings for each of the flavorings, so you can do like low this and a high this, or medium both, or high both, depending on how much vapor you want. And it's just stacked coils. And it's simple math. You know Ohm's law. Duals, triples, are nothing for Ohm's law. And the mod knows exactly what the resistance is, adds up the resistance, and it figures out exactly what the wattage needs to be. And
Neil, you're a man of my heart. There's Neil, the man of my heart.
a good vanilla custard. There's so many custard recipes, but nothing that really has tickled my fancy. I'm not like Kenny. I don't love custard. I'll vape custard happily, especially once you sweeten it, because it becomes more like a custard and less like custardy flavoring, you know? But I have yet to find one that truly represents eating a bowl of custard.
A lot of them have like a very a strong vanilla, not like a vanilla flavor rather than an actual custard. And custard is it's a sweet dessert. A custard, that's what it should be, sweet and creamy. I think Nev, I think Nev's got a good one out. Sure, Nev's got a good custard one out.
I'll have to go look at his recipes. I'm sure he's developed plenty of good ones.
I think he's done the one that simulates like the actual tin of custard we get over here. You know, Devon creamy custard, I think it's called. I think he's based on that.
That's what William's looking for, exactly. A Devon custard.
Yeah. Look on Nevins. He done it. He done a good one. Nevins. And I think that's why he's called it Devon creamy custard. I'm positive he has. We'll check it out later on. I'll jump on the recipes, and while he's doing the mix, I'll see if I can find it.
I'm so glad I got that clotted cream flavoring from SSA. It's almost, from what people are saying, it's almost like Cupcake World's clotted cream. Because it tastes to me, from my virgin taste buds, not experienced in the UK experience of clotted cream, to me it tastes like a rice pudding. Like the beginnings of a rice pudding.
It's similar. It's similar. I don't think clotted cream's not as sweet. It's more cream than sweetness.
Yep. But when you're doing DIY, you're going to sweeten it to what you're accustomed to. So if I took your clotted cream and I sweetened it as much as, I prefer, my experience is going to be a rice pudding.
Well, the clotted cream, traditionally we would probably have clotted cream on a scone or a scone, however you pronounce it. But the sweetener would be your dollop of strawberry jam or your dollop of raspberry jam or your dollop of, that would be your strawberry. Yeah, so you'd have your cream, your little dollop of jam, hence jam scones, we call them jam scones or jam scones. They've got the clotted cream, jam of your flavour, blackcurrant, strawberry, whatever, and that's what makes the sweetened flavour. It's lovely.
Come on.
Best custard's that one there. Oh. What's it called again, man? I bought some. Oh, what's the flavour again? can't think of it now. What the hell was it called?
I hate how I can't just go into. Where is it? That is so annoying.
I found it.
YouTube makes it so hard to do
Found
this.
it. I'll just share my screen here with you boys so you can see it.
Go ahead, mate.
Nick Brosia custard. That's the Nevins custard one. Nick Brosia. It's like ambrosia custard. That's Nevins' recipe. And it's got 5 stars. That's what's in it.
Happy
Custard
Hippie, you're now a
premium
mod.
IPA.
Congratulations. Welcome to the pack. And Andrew Kaiser, you're
Custard
also going to be.
premium IPA. That's it. That's the one I was thinking of. The legendary custard by Mullenberry. Uses that.
Yes.
Uses Devon cream by CCC. Custard premium, sugar cookie, and some super sweet. It's based on a typical UK tin custard. All thanks to the Mullenberry legendary custard. That's probably the major ingredient that's in it.
But the Devon cream is probably what takes it over the top from being just custard.
It's a Devon. That's how we have our custard. It's a creamy, sweet custard, and that's where he's getting the cream from. So, yeah, that is what is everybody reckons is a very good custard recipe. So I'll leave that there for the people who want to have a look. And if you want to take a screenshot of it or whatever, there you go. Leave it on for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There you go. Done. But there you go. Nevins, Nick Brosia custard. That's the one. If you like a custard.
Very good. Very good. Andrew, you're
And it
now a
is one I
mod.
think I will do.
Congratulations. Welcome to the pack.
I think it might be a one that I might source the ingredients for and try it out myself one day.
Bloody fantastic, mate. Yes, Mullenberry is now SSA flavors.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was one of the first things I did when I got those flavorings in. I purposely ordered the Mullenberry equivalents that are available now as SSA, and I entered it into my flavoring database as both of those. What it currently is named as and what it used to be named as, so that I would have access to the people that used Mullenberry flavorings to mix those recipes.
The Mullenberry is very nice.
Who else?
Lovely, lovely stuff. Lovely, lovely stuff.
Darren, we need to make you a mod too.
Yeah, the old moderators. Everybody's getting a spanner. He's getting a spanner. You're all getting spanners, as we say. Spanner to stop the
Darren,
spanner.
you're now a mod. Congratulations.
Wee, there you go. I don't think we've got anybody in chat that isn't a mod now, to be honest with you.
Listen, I like it that way. You know, people come and go.
Yeah.
We do a 5-hour show. Nobody's expected to be here for 5 straight hours. So if you want to drop in for half an hour on your lunch break or whatever, that's why we love having you here. And you know what? The different variety of people in here makes the show, because we talk about all kinds of different things along the way.
Definitely. Oh, yeah. Definitely.
Lots of fun. Speaking of lots of fun,
love it.
I think it's time for us to do some dad jokes. Are you up for it, mate?
Ooh, I certainly am, sir. I'm very intrigued this week.
No more despair. I have paid more than I owe. Now what you see is what I give you.
If a vapor's been robbed, which detectives are assigned to the case? Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Hey man, what do you call advice from a vapor? Drip tips.
Is that a mechanical mod in your pocket? Or are you just happy to see me?
Hey, don't throw your mod at people, or else it's battery.
Hey, why did the vapor cross the road? To chase them clouds.
And they told me vaping was cheaper than smoking.
Nope, I don't care. What are you talking about?
Did you hear about the guy who doesn't pay more than 1 cent per mil for juice?
Shut that baby up!
Yeah, we get it. You DIY or die. Gotcha.
What are you waiting for? Let's do this.
It's go time!
This truck looked like it's headed to a Willie Nelson concert. What do you think? Want a doobie? Want to smoke a doobie?
Oh, sorry. Whoa. Hello. Oh.
This
Holy
truck's
shit.
going to a Willie Nelson concert. What do you think?
Well, put it this way, there's going to be some very happy weed smokers. Holy shit.
Drink, drank, drunk.
Yep. Oh, I'm getting zapped again.
WhiteHouseGiftShop.com allows you to purchase your own 8-ball of Coke.
Oh, God, really? White House. And they wonder Biden's knackered then.
McDonald's called out order 867, and I yelled 5309, and nobody laughed. And then I felt old and ate my burger in the playground.
Gosh.
867-5309.
Yeah, the song.
Here we have the advancement of humanity from 1969 all the way to 2022.
Yeah. Oh my God. How embarrassing.
Just two old mates out for a ride.
It's sad. It saddens me.
Good day, mate. Aussie Helpline here. I'm in Darwin with my Sheila, and she's stung on the minge by a wasp, and now her pussy has completely closed up. Bummer, mate. Thanks, mate. I hadn't thought of that. Goodbye.
Oh, God.
Cargo space? No. No car do that. Cargo road.
Cargo's road. Okay, now.
Luck be in the air tonight. Well, I guess that one wrong.
Look.
Okay, 2021 to 2022. We've advanced quite a bit, not just in gas prices, but as in how we choose to use our masks.
It's
because of the gas prices.
I don't want to look. Yeah,
I don't want to see it.
I'm not looking. I'm just filling up. I don't want to see.
Hitler has reincarnated as a cat.
Oh, God. I love it.
Cop pulled me over and said papers. I yelled scissors and drove off.
This is papers, yeah.
Donut truck burns police department to bring in grief counselors for all their officers.
Oh, God, no, it's on fire, the donuts. Holy shit.
Bingo night just got real.
Oh, what's that like?
Granny ain't gonna take no shit.
Nope.
One way to find out if you are old is to fall down in front of a lot of people. If they laugh, you're still young. If they panic and start running, you're going to have to admit that you're old. Don't drink in prime.
Oh,
I can
God,
testify. That's what happens. We're out of the first can. Time for can number 2.
Whoa, you're going for it. He's going for it, folks.
That
what was
delicious.
the alcohol content in that, by the way?
5%.
What was the alcohol content in that, by the way? 5%.
1, 2, 3, 4,
That's a bit low for you.
5%. Hey, man.
That's low for
Here's a
you.
flat tire in Canada.
Oh, God. I can't.
Dear Santa Claus, when I asked you for a 30-year-old escort, this is not what I had in mind. This might have worked for Kenny, but not for me.
Oh,
Can I please
classic
return
comment.
this?
Classic. I'll have it. Classic.
And this is how I got banned from Toys R Us. They didn't think it was funny.
I do.
Toyota recalls 1993 Camry due to the fact that the owners really should have bought something new by now. Oh, we got a car that'll actually last 50 years and wasn't made in the 50s and 60s? Gotta recall that shit. Need to get rid of unwanted junk during the holidays, folks? Put it in Amazon boxes and just leave it on your front porch. Somebody will be by to pick up that shit right quick.
That's a damn good idea, that.
The dude I pay to stop by once a week to pick up my poop in my yard just realized I don't have any pets.
Oh, God. That's gross.
Hey, man, we're going to have a diesel shortage pretty soon if this port blockage strike takes off.
Diesel shortage.
A Vin Diesel shortage. That's his stunt double. Actually, he's not a stunt double. He's a stunt half.
Mini-Me.
He's a stunt half, not a double. And we have some specialty products for your entertainment today, sponsored by Taco Bell Scott Fiesta Strength Toilet Paper.
Yes, just... Holy moly.
You never listen to me. You only hear what you want to hear. Sure, babe, I'll have another beer.
Very good. Very good.
Are you excited for Halloween?
Oh, yes. Love Halloween.
And here you go. Here's some beautiful life advice for you. When speeding costs you demerit points and 120 kilometers per hour is 3 points, 130 kilometers per hour is 4 points, and 140 kilometers plus is 4 points, this is the best value for your driving privileges.
That's a no-brainer, isn't it? Put down.
If you think you are smarter than the previous generation, 50 years ago, the owner's manual of a car showed you how to adjust the valves. Today, it warns you not to drink the contents of the battery. True fact.
That's so true, isn't it? Yeah.
Chef, boy, are we screwed. Recession-style beans and hot dogs.
We screwed. Beans and sausage.
Brought to you
Love
by
them.
Been
Beans
Eating.
and sausage. Love it.
A wife, being a romantic sort, sent her husband a text. If you are sleeping, send me your dreams. If you're laughing, send me your smile. If you're eating, send me a bite. And if you're drinking, send me a sip. If you're crying, send me your tears because I love you. The husband, typically non-romantic, replied, I'm on the toilet, please advise.
I'll send you some shit.
And here we go. We have this revolutionary, brand new plant-based alternative, which promises to help high schoolers stop vaping.
Yeah. The nasty alternative, eh? What the fuck?
Wonder why the handcuffs are attached to the bedposts. Wonder what they do at night.
Saucy.
Stop wearing t-shirts of bands you ain't never listened to. Sincerely, children who grew up in the 80s.
Grabby.
Dad, are we pyromaniacs? Yes, we arson.
Oh, God.
I'm a model on Instagram. What about you? I'm a soldier on Call of Duty. You want to hang out?
Call of Duty. I like it.
Waiter, I'm glad you enjoyed your dinner. How did you find the steak? Super easy. It was right next to the potatoes, man. Was it supposed to be hard?
Oh.
There are two types of people in this world. Those who can extrapolate from incomplete data and those who can't. No time to explain. Get in the truck, man. We gotta go.
Fucking hell. We're sitting and out. Having a bit pause. A bloodhound.
Can I see your license, please? What if I told you you're inside the meme and I'm the one watching you?
Holy moly. Oh.
My wife says I talk in my sleep, but I don't believe her. Nobody at work has ever mentioned it before. Me doing something I'm perfectly capable of and have done 1,000,000 times before, but someone decides to watch and I fuck shit up.
Yeah. Bit like making YouTube videos, isn't it?
I'm gonna take my diaper off with your teeth. I try to act nonchalant, but underneath, I'm chalant as fuck.
Oh.
It's Kith. You listen to Kith?
Tyson.
The current generation probably doesn't even know that there are two people in this picture.
Hence the little smirk.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman, Monica Lewinsky.
That woman, nope.
Hey, we got a brand new fact-feigning show for you. It's called Facts Don't Matter. Are you ready to play? Are you ready to play Facts Don't Matter? Sorry, Arthur, your answer was actually correct, but Paul shouted his opinion louder, so he gets the point. An extra bonus point also goes to Sue because she was extremely offended by your answer. This, folks, is how far we've fallen down the rabbit hole and are now living in 1984.
Hell yeah.
Two of the greatest qualities to have in life are patience and wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
That right there is somebody you don't want to fuck with.
No, you can eat as much as you want, mate.
Does anybody want a dog treat? Does anybody want a bone?
Ooh.
Who wants a bone? Which one of my illustrious... Hey, what's going on here? Let's not do this again.
We've lost transmission. Oh, there you go.
Houston, we have a problem. Who wants a bone? You want a bone? You ready to go get it? Ready to go get it? Ready? 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 Go get it. You want a bone? You want a bone? Did you wake up? Are you ready for a bone? Lucy? 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 Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Go get it. Ready? 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 Go get it.
There we go. Happy pooches.
We get this shit figured out one way or another. Listen, do I have any doggies to show you? Doggy pictures? Huh? We got one? Anybody on Twitter? Send me a dog. Pets. Whose pets we got here? Oh my goodness, look, Southern Vapor's got a pet for us. Have you ever tried Jack from Flavor Art? I believe I have that here, actually.
Jack.
Jungle Flavor's Ultimate Strawberry is my favorite jam, but I think it's discontinued. Yeah, I haven't been able to find any Jungle Flavors. All right, enough of my poochies. Time for Southern Vapor to show off her beautiful poochie.
Oh. Looks so chilled out, doesn't it?
What are you doing in my bed?
Mm-hmm.
I ain't right there, man. What was this replying to?
I think it's being what.
Here's a dog for you. Bye-bye music.
Oh, it's skateboarding.
Now that right there is a smart dog.
It was jumping which way now. Oh, okay. Look at that man even steered around the pedal bike. How cool is that? Look at it, man. Whoa, he had his head on.
I ain't never seen a dog that smart before. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you, dude.
Oh, bless it.
Beautiful dog, beautiful dog. Hey.
What the?
That right there is a lazy dog. Look at that dog. Look at that dog right there. You want one of them steps? Ask your mama. Ask your mama to put a chairlift in for you.
Oh, it's clever.
Oh,
I like
another
that.
bone. I just want another bone. The London City bus has reached its arrival. Would you like to depart?
Oh.
Moptech Music. Look at that poochie. Aww. All right, jealous. You're so jealous. Here. You're going to run out of bones, and what are you going to do when we don't have any more? Huh? It's not coming until October 4th. You've got 3 days. You want your bone now or tomorrow? Here. One for you. Go get it. Go get it. Go get it. Come on. Go get it. There you go. Last one.
Bless him. Oh.
How do you know when a squirrel loves you?
Oh.
Where's Pam?
Come here. Oh, look at it. Loving it, no?
Come on now, you're not done
Great
yet.
little thing, eh?
Aren't they adorable?
Aww.
Aww. Sometimes we all just need a hug.
Yeah, the beautiful. I love him. Love him, love him, love him. Yeah, but just went in there and went, come here.
My wife would love to have him as a pet.
Who in the right mind's got a pet bear?
Not just Grizzly Adams. My wife wants to sign up and get one of these. I'm like, you know, to rip your head off, right?
Something that you don't want to piss off, really, isn't it?
That guy would eat as much as my wife, myself, and our 3 dogs. And still be hungry.
He'd probably eat you, your wife, and your 3 dogs.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Bless it.
What the hell is that?
Oh my god, the poor thing. It's a llama and they've shaved
That's
all
what a
skin off
llama
its
looks
head.
like if you shave its fur off.
Oh, poor thing. Oh, bless it.
Get out of here.
Oh, God. Or an alpaca. Llama, alpaca, one of the two.
Dixie shows me how she expects some of my dinner when I'm done. Does your dog do the same?
Do right. Oh, yes.
My dogs are staring at me now like,
Gives me
okay,
the
can we have a
eyeball.
3rd bone now?
Yeah, they just give you the eyeball, don't they? The guilty look.
Yo, what's going on
Jesus.
My dog sleeps just like that.
Yep, mine too.
If you
shit.
had this dog, what would you name him?
Fucking respect, because I wouldn't piss him off.
Hercules comes to mind. Okay, go lay down. You had your treats. Go lay down.
Maybe Tyson. Tyson.
Oh, come on, folks. What would you name him? You gotta come up with some kind of name.
Tyson.
Good boy. Good boy's the best boy. And continues to outlive his forebearers. Do you love this hound as much as I do? Why, yes, I do.
Gorgeous. Gorgeous dog.
Come pet me, please. I can't move the 6 feet to be petted by you. Going to die from no petting today. Cheryl calls that dog Batman. What do you think?
Batman.
Batman.
I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah, I see that. I went to a shelter to get a dog, and I saw this brindle laying on the hard ground. I made eye contact with him, and he got up and brought a tennis ball over. I asked to see him and was told he was returned twice because he's too wild and cried all the time if you left him. Kind of like the dog we adopted, aka Maggie. Can't leave her anywhere by herself.
Good. Oh.
And we got Tom Morowitz's dog, Popeye. I'm Scotty, and that's my best friend Monty in behind me. We're at the bus at Doggy Daycare. See you later, folks.
Oh, got his little kid on.
And we've cleared our pets. Time to return to the good old dad jokes.
Da, da, da.
Grandpa, in my day, we worked 3 times as hard. Me, in your day, soda had cocaine in it. True that, man. True that. Keith teaching Willie Nelson how to play guitar.
Okay.
Me walking into the gym for the first time in 3 years. Why, while Eye of the Tiger blares through my headphones.
That's one big fucking tiger. Jesus Christ. Holy moly.
That's a fat cat.
Tell us about it.
Classified documents located at Lincoln home. Source located documents in insecure outhouse. Live breaking coverage. Springfield,
It's
Ohio.
in Springfield.
You know, you're all grown up when you actually pick up the ice cube instead of kicking it under the fridge. Ain't that the truth?
True. Yeah, not the truth, yeah.
And I'm here to remind you that you still owe Columbia House for the 30 CDs you bought for 1 cent back in 1995.
1995. God.
Do you remember that shit?
Holy
You would
cost now.
get 30 CDs for 1 cent, but once you paid for that 1 cent, every month you got a new CD from Columbia House, and they charged you $28 for that brand new CD.
Jesus.
Instructions. This is what we've come to, folks. Baby waking, yes. Baby waking, no. No, use air horn to wake a baby. We're fucked as humanity, aren't we?
Oh, God.
Should I call you, or should we quickly resolve this with 200 text messages?
A classic example of what we've come to, isn't it?
Oh, look at that. A truck snow angel. That's so pretty.
Holy shit.
Hotel, room 332. Enjoy your stay. Dad, I assume the porn is disabled? Hotel. No, it's regular porn, you sick fuck.
God almighty.
Wakey, wakey
Oh, no.
there, little girl.
Oh, no. That's a good idea. I love that.
How many of you guys remember this cartoon when we were growing up as kids? How does a bill become a law? Remember that little public service announcement commercial you'd see on TV? Well, you see, Billy, we have these things called lobbyists. They work for big corporations and people with lots and lots of money. When the lobbyist has sufficiently bribed his elected official and all the co-sponsors of the official bill, a bill is going to be written to benefit the lobbyist sponsors. And if enough lobbyists bribe enough elected officials, the votes are cast and purchases a bill that becomes a law.
Freedom Nation. Holy moly, man.
Dad, we're an ant. Why don't we get coronavirus? Because we have antibodies.
No.
We scraping the bottom of the barrel yet?
Jesus.
How to confuse a millennial. Perfect pair of socks for Christmas.
Yeah. Obviously on the wrong feet. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, we've really progressed, haven't we?
Oh, come on. Oh, Howie, really? You gotta be shitting me with that. Oh, even the cat's sitting there going, what the fuck am I doing? Nah. Nah. That's just so wrong.
People should have privacy. Government should have transparency. Julian Assange. That's misinformation. Lock him up.
Whatever happened to him? Because he got
released.
Out of this country, didn't he? Yeah. Because he was living in exile over here, wasn't he, for donkeys?
Decade.
Mm-hmm.
Who's your hero? Dad. Why do you consider this person your hero? He is brave. Is anything your hero? Is there anything that your hero is frightened of? Mom.
How true.
Kids are so honest. Breaking information for you guys. The Onion is on the verge of collapse after not being able to make up shit that is more idiotic and ludicrous than the current reality we all live in.
Onion.
Speaking of the Onion, can you tell me which is an onion ring and which is an earlobe?
Fuck. I think it's a choice of two. Top left, second one in. And bottom right, second one in. Jesus. Holy fuck.
Are you ready?
If I had ears like that, I'd go to the doctors. I really would. Oh my God. That's disgusting.
Onion ring. Onion ring.
I got that one. Oh, that one.
Onion ring. Onion ring. Onion ring. Onion ring.
Jesus.
Onion ring.
I got two.
Onion ring.
I got two. Fair enough. That's hideous. That is hideous.
Gas Comp, do you want a receipt? No, I'd rather forget this whole experience.
Oh, hell yeah. Too right.
This was on a bathroom stall, and I can't stop laughing. Scotty, don't beam me up yet. I'm taking a
Wee, lights got up. That's class.
This is the kind of shit that get invented when a Newfie smokes a joint in rural Newfoundland.
What on earth?
Mac and cheese on Canadian bacon.
I would have a go with that. Why not?
How many of y'all had fried bologna when you're growing up as a kid? Now imagine taking that fried bologna and loading it up with Kraft mac and cheese. How to sneak candy into the movies in Texas.
Oh boy, aye. In your gun. Yeah, right. Oh.
Yeah, because they can't tell the spare clip from, the real clip. Don't be afraid to get old, folks.
Yes. Now
Wait till our generation gets into the habit of riding scooters around.
Oh, yes. Now we're talking.
We're swapping out. We're going to take the 48-volt batteries from the golf cart and put it on our 12-volt scooter.
Hell yeah.
Getting ready for Halloween. What do you think of my trick that I'm going to play on the little treaters?
That's not fair because I like Brussels sprouts. I think they're gorgeous. I love them.
I do too, but they're not good raw.
No, with chocolate on.
The fuckers ain't never gonna come to my house to trick or treat anymore. Finding shells in Florida versus finding shells in Chicago. Because prohibition works. Gun control works.
Hell yeah. Damn.
Don't shoot. I'm retarded. Prove it. I'm leaving Twitter because it's allowing free speech.
X is now
Six-Pack Kid, hello and welcome. Neil Pitts, hello and welcome. Comfort Inn, now pet friendly, except for bears. We're not making that fucking mistake again.
Bears?
We know better than that.
Hell yeah.
My car is making this horrible noise. You know, it's probably that Taylor Swift CD you have in. Let me remove it for you.
Definitely great.
The therapy dog after I shared all my problems with it.
It's in there for fuck's sake.
Holy fuck, dude.
Yeah. I thought
Can
I
you
had
take me
problems.
back? When you click accept cookies and then you don't get any cookies, this is the look on your face.
I'm
still waiting for my cookies.
Holy moly.
It could be Girl Scout cookies. Texting while driving kills. For more driving tips, text safety to 79191.
Yeah, that's a good one. Definitely.
That's public health in America, dude.
Holy shit.
Gas prices have gotten crazy. I had to install an anti-theft device for my gas tank.
That's a new shade on a petrol locking cap, isn't it?
Yeah, but the mate doesn't know how these things work because that point where you've got the riveted under the gas lid should have been underneath the flap. That's why there's a hinge point on it. Bonehead. Stupid is as stupid does, sir.
Hell yeah.
America, you're next. Y'all hurry up. I got a pie in the oven.
Good old.
I ain't got
Brad.
time for your shit. When your friend takes their glasses off.
Oh, that actually looks cuter.
Deep thought of today. When you clean out a vacuum cleaner, you become a vacuum cleaner.
Oh, that's getting deep. That's getting deep, yeah.
Snoop Dogg looks like he's trying not to laugh at this woman's forehead. Damn, girl, you got some receding forehead hairline there. Oh, that's nice. Wait, what? Our friendship is like this candle? If you forget me, I'll burn your fucking house down? Wait, what?
Oh, shit. What?
A smart person knows what to say. A wise person knows whether to say it or not.
Mm-hmm. Keep stum.
I'm responsible for this.
Oh, my God.
Remember when we ran out of baby food? That was my fault. The black rhinoceros spends the majority of his adult life alone and mates only once every 2 or 3 years. Just like you fucking loser.
Oh, that could happen if you get married as well. I mean,
Don't happen to me, man. I'm married to
you're
right
one of the lucky
woman.
ones.
It took me 3 times, but I eventually found the right woman. Can I ask a question? What is that award for?
Oh dear. Oh Christ Almighty! Holy.
I think Robin Williams handed that to her at the gynecologist convention.
It's gynecologist.
But I don't know.
Oh my God.
Please select all squares with the Russian cruiser Moskva.
Oh yeah, righto. Found it. Shoot the bastard.
If assholes could fly, this place would be a fucking airport.
Yeah.
Radio.
Right.
So a friend of mine works at a car dealership, and a young person came in with an older car and wanted to know why his iPhone charging port keeps scratching his screen and not charging his phone.
Oh my God, you've got to be kidding me. Really?
And here we have our wireless doorbell sitting on their chargers waiting for the next customer.
That's class. Oh, 3 pooches.
Why older men do not get hired in a job interview. Human Resource Manager asks, what is your greatest weakness? Us old men say, our honesty. Human Resource Manager then asks, I don't think honesty is a weakness. Well, we reply with, I don't give a fuck what you think. Because we don't. We're past the point of giving a shit what people think of us. We are who we are. You take it or like it. I'm not fucking selling you, you know. Yeah. Okay.
Regular lol.
Regular
Oh my
gas,
God.
LOL.
Supreme.
Plus OMG. Supreme, WTF. Diesel number 2. That requires you to bend over. And the gas station is
Bend
kind enough
over.
to provide KY jelly.
I'll definitely fuck you in the ass with that one. Jesus Christ.
When you finally found out who drank all your beers,
Uh-oh. That would be me.
if olive oil is made of olives, then baby oil is made of...
Oh, no. No. Can't be.
On reflection, allowing Buddy to watch the end of Old Yeller may not have been the best idea.
Oh, he's poor. Look at his face, the dog. Like, holy shit.
Don't tell me you're okay. You're not okay. I can smell the hurt inside you. Don't walk away. Talk to me. Please beware of emotional support dog.
Oh,
that moment you realize your car has the same wheels as your trash can.
Oh, that's not good. That's not good for the ego.
Saw a book called How to Solve 50% of Your Problems, so I bought 2 books. You fucking idiot. You should have read the book twice.
Oh, lordy do. What on earth?
What I find most sexy in a girl is her personality. Oh, good, because I have several. What? Don't listen to her. She's crazy.
Yeah, I've got several. That's true.
Milk, eggs, bread, toilet paper, sanitizer. I'll get this stuff. Don't worry. Listen.
Oh, God. Mr. Trump.
The Simpsons predicted all of this. Don't you worry, man. They predicted all of this. And they predicted exactly what was going to happen.
Weird, isn't it? Absolutely weird.
False.
False. You never know. Still might happen to them yet.
You know, the sad reality was they had a picture of Kamala laying there in the same thing. Right?
Hmm.
I want the truth. The truth violates community standards. But if you have a problem with it, take it up with your government, because they're the ones that told us to ban you.
Is he right? They did.
My belt, when I'm about to shit myself, turns into a Rubik's Cube buckle.
That's so true. You're like, for fuck's sake, get out.
Coffee? You
that.
mean starter fluid for the morning impaired. Morning, y'all.
Good morning, y'all. Was that the Hillbillies? What was that? The Hillbillies?
Beverly Hillbillies.
Beverly Hillbillies, yeah.
And a little intelligence for your lives. This is 1 can of soda per day for an entire month. 455 teaspoons of sugar. Over 4 pounds.
4 pounds.
Of consuming 1 can of soda per day.
Holy moly.
Hence why I no longer drink a can of Coca-Cola every night at my meal time. I'm not down to just iced tea. 1 teaspoon per glass.
4
Thank
pounds.
you.
Jesus.
All right. Have you ever heard about this one? Does this make any sense to you? Have you seen this before? In Ecuador and Mesopotamia, they have the exact same carvings. Is that a coincidence?
Oh, that's something I've never seen, like, yeah. Wow.
Or maybe we're not
Literally is the
alone in
same
this
thing, eh?
universe.
Possibly not.
Somebody should tell her that is not a very, very, very appropriate dress.
Oh, what a dick.
And none of you fuckers better call her a peckerhead. That would not be nice. If people make you sick, maybe you should just cook them longer.
Good thinking, Batman.
Objects in the mirror are closer than they appear.
True. Oh dear.
I would love to have a white Christmas. You know how many years it's been?
Oh, I can't even remember when we had a nice white Christmas. I mean, a good, nice, deep ball of snow, not just a little flurry. Proper snow. Never had a white Christmas yet.
Zip ties. It ain't just duct tape. Zip ties will fix just about anything if you got enough of them.
Hell no. No. Just not.
Listen, I just got to get to the auto parts store. That's
that
all.
Ain't gonna work.
You don't think?
No. You'll not even get 100 yards down the road.
How about when Granny hears that you run out of toilet paper? Is that going to work?
It's a bit difficult to flush.
Listen, let's get religious on the show already. Are you ready? Jesus is coming. Hopefully before this fucking election day.
I think you are all praying for a miracle on that day.
Cop, you were going too fast. Me, I was just, trying to keep up with traffic. Cop says, there isn't any. I know, that's how far behind I am. And you're not helping.
I like that one. I like that one.
We can dance if we want to. We can sniff our friends' behinds. But if your friends wear pants and if their pants wear pants, well, we ain't no friends of mine. I butchered that song, I know. No, I'm not singing to you, dog. Go lay down. There's no reason to get upset. I know you don't like when I sing. Drives your earbuds crazy. Danger not to be operated by fuckwits.
Probably the best sign you could ever fucking print. You know that?
Realized I had to use the bathroom. Got up and walked across the house to the pantry. Couldn't remember why I was in the pantry, but I remembered I had to use the bathroom, so I walked across the house to the bathroom. Sitting on the throne, I remembered exactly why I went to the pantry. Toilet paper. Alzheimer's sucks.
There's no worse, is there? There's nothing worse, scan the bog, and then you realise there's no paper and you've fucking done the deed. You're like, oh, for God's sake.
And here we go. I was told I'm not allowed to show this on the show today. If my wife finds out about this, I may not be here next week. We have a rare photo of a current Cowboy cheerleader with two from the last time that the Cowboys won the Super Bowl. What do you think, folks?
Looks like it was a long time ago.
Not allowed to show it.
Ooh, you're going to be
Tell my wife.
You're going to be Mr.
For here to go. Oh, fuck you.
Oh, to go. Fuck it out.
May bite before coffee. May bite after coffee, but I will do it with a smile.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, yeah.
Brutal honesty. That and sarcasm is all we got here on this channel. This is a sticker no mechanic ever wants to see on a car they're in charge of repairing. Why is that, you say? Well, because when Ford makes a lemon, well, they just sell it as a used car after they fixed your problem. And the sticker states that this vehicle was reacquired by Ford Motor Company because it did not conform to the manufacturer's warranty, and either the nonconformity was not corrected within the time provided by law, or the vehicle was repaired but the customer remained unsatisfied. So, this vehicle has been fully repaired and carries a reacquired vehicle limited 12-month, 12,000-mile warranty.
Holy shit. Really?
Really.
What the fuck?
And if you've never come across this sticker, be very happy.
I've never seen nothing like that, so happy days.
Oh, Marge, you look great. What's your secret? I'll tell everybody I'm 10 years older than I really am. Ain't that cheating?
Never. Never though.
I mean, it works.
I'm really 90. Look at this. But
hey, I'm so excited about this one. Amtrak launches a brand new route through multiple cities, including Florida. They're going to have daily service. Oh, well, it's going to take more than a day to get there. From Chicago all the way down to Miami, Florida. Right? And you know how I'm talking about going on another cruise next year? My wife and I were talking about, maybe going to New Orleans and leaving New Orleans to go to our, cruise. And she's like, nah, man, we can just drive to Norfolk. They moved it from where it was to Norfolk. We'll just drive to Norfolk. I'm like, why drive to Norfolk? We could take a train. Amtrak has a train that goes all the way down to Florida. She's like, really? Why don't we just fly? Ooh. I'm like, have you ever been on a train? She's like, well, no. I says, why don't we do that? It's part of our vacation. We'll just try something new. So I looked it up, right? I just picked a random day, a year from when I first looked it up. It would cost $78 per person to go from Pittsburgh down to like Orlando or Tampa. I forget which one I picked. Right?
Holy moly.
It leaves at 5 o'clock in the morning in Pittsburgh. You got to switch trains here, right? For the voyage down here. We arrive the next day at 11 o'clock in the morning in Florida.
Holy moly.
$78.
So what?
That's cheaper than Greyhound.
You're talking there?
Well, let's Google that shit. Tampa to Pittsburgh.
I mean, for that kind of money, that's a bloody bargain, considering the distance looks quite huge. It's going to take you a day to get there.
1,026 miles. Well, that's the distance driving it. The train track actually goes to Washington, D.C. and then down. So it's probably like 1,200 miles, 1,300 miles? Not more?
Even so.
$78.
Even so. Looking at all that for $78. Too right. Plus it'll be a sleeper train as well. We'll have bunks in it.
I don't know. They have different
You'll
packages.
Probably see,
that was the cheapest price that they had.
You'll probably see a bit of daylight, fall asleep, and then wake up the next morning in Florida.
I'm like, I just bought 3 books. I need to finish reading them. And I'm always buying, books. So I'm always got, ones I haven't read yet sitting here. I'm like, oh man, 24 hours with nothing to do.
Yeah, that's your entertainment on the train. What about your poor wife? She's gonna sit there and go, he's reading a book. He's reading a book.
Well, she has her TikTok to entertain her. And she could take a nap. And she can take pictures out the window.
Yeah, exactly.
She likes the idea of it, but she's not sold 100% yet. I thought that was pretty cool.
Maybe she just wants that independence of driving, knowing that if anything happens, you can drive. You know, you're more in control rather than relying on a train.
Yeah. Well, I told her, I says, you know, this is the other thing is we don't have to do a round trip. We just take a one-way trip down. And then when we get off the cruise ship, we just board a plane and come right home. Because when we were done with our cruise, we were ready to be home.
Oh. Yeah.
But that would be a cool way to start out the trip.
But for $78, you kind of gone wrong, can you? 1,300 miles.
And that's
Jesus.
obviously the cheapest one. You know, that's your bargain basement, whatever, you know, coach class. You could get really expensive. You could take this trip and it would cost you $2,000 for an actual suite where you have a bathroom, your personal bathroom and your personal bunks and like chairs to sit in and stuff.
Oh, yeah. Take the first class side of things.
I'm like, yeah, it's not bad.
I wonder what that would cost you to drive and fuel. They'll not be far off the same price for fueling your car up to that distance.
Well, an average tank of gas will get you on a good car 400 miles, you know, an older beat-up car about 300 miles. And if we drove her car, it'd be $60 a tank. So the 4 tankfuls of gas just going down there.
Yeah.
So $120, $240.
Yeah.
In fuel. And the thing is that $78 included basic meals.
Yeah.
Probably a fucking ham sandwich or something ridiculous. Whatever. But there was like a club car where you can go and sit there and drink at the bar if you want to drink. They have actual meal cars. You can go and buy a meal.
You could probably pack something in a like a hand luggage, you know, if you want to nibble on something, you know what I mean?
Oh,
you always
sure.
stuff something in your bag, can't you?
You could pack snacks and all kinds of stuff with you. Beverages, sodas, water.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a
Collapsible
good deal,
cooler.
huh? Very good deal. Very good deal.
I don't love music simply because of how it sounds. I love music because of how it makes me feel.
Yeah, that's a true enough statement.
You must always be willing to truly consider evidence that contradicts your beliefs and admit the possibility that you might be wrong. Intelligence isn't knowing everything, it's the ability to challenge everything you know and come out ahead.
Oh, true.
Uh-oh, Snoopy's got a problem here. Before proceeding, you must identify the image below. House, bed, or plane?
Crap.
Smoking will kill you. Bacon will kill you. But smoking bacon will cure it.
Very good. Mm-hmm.
I'm a radicalized American. I believe in the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights, and the U.S. Constitution. Any of you try to get in my way will be met with appropriate force. Shop local, because Amazon definitely isn't going to sponsor your kid's baseball team. Or the cheerleaders. Or the band.
Yeah.
Tomorrow is National Gray-Haired Grumpy Old Man Day, and I expect recognition for my holiday.
Here. I'll go for that one. Here.
Here's a rare photograph. Can you tell what makes this a rare photograph?
Is that Concord taken off because the picture's a bit blocky? That's Concord.
Sure is.
Concord. That's Concord. And the other one's a shuttle on the back of a
747.
Yeah.
In the same picture.
That's so odd.
I've seen pictures that had this flying, actually flying in air. Bought one at NASA when I was a kid. Have it framed.
Ah.
But to see a picture of this and this and this in the same picture, how many of those even exist in the world? Concorde stopped flying in the early 80s.
Odd, isn't it?
Now my question is,
caught fire, didn't it, on its last flight?
Is that a Pan American aircraft in the back? I don't know. I can't tell because they're not around today either. I thought that was cool.
But even so, three rare aircraft in one picture is like, wow.
The blue areas are where people are. Everybody was kung fu fighting, based on a study done by Carl Douglas in 1974. Everybody was kung fu fighting.
Ha! They were as fast as lightning.
When people think of fall, they usually think of pumpkin spice. I'm still waiting for chili.
Oh, yes, I'm a chili man, like.
My
Oh,
wife's
yes.
not ready for chili yet. It's not cold enough.
Come on. Really? Chili's good for
I knew I
any
love
day.
Star Trek for a reason. Can you figure out why? I was a teenage boy in my prime.
Well, yeah, now we know where Madonna got that idea from them.
Aye, mate. This is the best marketing strategy I've ever seen in my entire life. Thank you for smoking.
You later.
Beckman Williamson Funeral Homes and Crematory.
Oh, yeah. That's class. That's clever and class.
You remember when we were the gaming system to have? Yup, I sure do.
Oh,
I have no memory. The Atari had no memory.
The Atari. That was
what a crack
garbage game
there. All right, ready for a little game? Can we guess what the top number one answer is?
Motherfucker.
Ding, 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 ding,
Definitely
ding, ding.
motherfucker.
Kenny wins the Family Feud. Listen,
Oh
I
my
know that you
God.
can like
What?
I know that you can like buy anything nowadays, but really? Extra fresh sperm, $10?
What? Okay, now no thank you.
I think they're talking about
Hell
spearmint
no.
Wrigley's gum. But that's not what the sign
I
says.
think that's what the time. Yeah. No.
Hey man, the VA isn't playing around with these wait times. Shit. Can we like spend some more money on the VA? You know, this is how the mailman hid my package and got me in trouble.
That's cool. It's a cushion.
I told
like
him to
that.
hide it. I didn't think he was going to hide it on the chair. Hey, this is a perfect one for you, man. Take your keys and put it in one of these freaking containers, right? I guarantee you the kids are not going to steal your car while you're sleeping. Because you'll know if they try. You ever try and take one of these covers off of this thing? It is so loud and so damn impossible to get it to come out. That kid's not stealing my car while I'm sleeping again. You know, we bitch about Google all the time and their censorship. Well, not everybody does that. Some people are very grateful that Google censors their face out.
Have you seen this man? No, can't see his face.
Because Google's not a snitch.
Love it.
I was out in the grocery store the other day and saw this beautiful display stand of entertaining cheese. I stood there and I kept waiting for the entertainment, and after about 10 minutes, nothing happened, so I got bored and left. Unfortunately, I tried to get on Google to leave a review about how it was not an entertaining experience, but I couldn't find the stand on the Google Maps. I also tried calling the tinnitus helpline, and I couldn't get an answer. The thing just kept ringing and ringing and ringing.
Oh, God. Get away and shite, man.
Like it always does.
Tinnitus, oh, my lordy do.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You know, when we were kids and dinner was served on paper plates, Mom always classed it up a little bit with these beautiful things.
Oh, yeah, good old basket plates.
I still have about 8 or 10 of them in my cupboard.
Really?
Sure
They're
do.
Nice for serving like a cheese platter on. You know what I mean? It'd be brilliant for like that.
Yeah.
Very posh.
It's also good for the
Very
El
posh
Cheapo paper plates that they have out nowadays.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sometimes I like to tell people I hope the rest of your day is as pleasant as you are. And then I watch their face as they try to determine if I was giving them a compliment or not.
Yeah, make them like, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean?
And this is the most accurate road sign I've ever seen in my entire life. From Lincolnshire, Highways Alliance. Road closed here from 14/9/2020 to 7/4/9027. Diversion routes will be signed.
That's pretty much true. By God, that's true. The truest sign I've seen yet for all bloody UK roads. Holy moly.
So the road's closed for 7,007 years.
That's probably about right. How long?
What are they replacing it with? Teleportation stands? Frigate birds sleep while they fly. They have the ability to turn off half their brain and put the body on autopilot.
Really?
How do I sign up to get that ability?
God, that'd be awesome. So is it half asleep or is it half awake? That is the question.
It's always awake and asleep. It's like Schrodinger's cat. And the most ridiculous sign of the week, the award goes to there is no entrance at the end of the sidewalk. Then why do you have a sidewalk there?
What the hell? It's just that you want to run and dive through the window, like, you know, there's always that.
And for those of you that love Nutella, let me break down the ingredients for you so you know what you're actually going to eat. We have about 18% of Nutella is palm oil, followed by a small sliver of skim milk powder. We do have some cocoa and some hazelnuts, but about, well, not quite half the jar is sugar.
Jesus.
Ferrero Rocher Nutella.
I don't like that.
I never liked it. I hate it. I love hazelnuts to eat. I don't like hazelnut creamer. I'll drink it, but if that's all you got, but...
I've never been a fan of Nutella.
Who are you going to call? Nobody. You're driving. Drive.
True. What the hell?
What are you going to do on your time off? Probably just going to take a relaxing cruise somewhere. This is for the Titanic, you motherfucker.
As if that's going to do any damage. You know what I mean?
Maybe not the best message to put on axes. I don't know. I'm not an expert or anything.
Do it.
Do
Do
it?
Do it.
Do it! Your Honor, my client was instructed to do exactly what he did. You can't find him guilty.
Exactly.
And for all the ladies out there today, to all you girls that think you're fat because you're not a size 0, you're beautiful. You're the beautiful one. It's society who has turned ugly.
How true that is.
Marilyn Monroe. My wife's hero.
Yeah.
My wife would have an affair with Marilyn Monroe if she was still alive.
So would I.
I think everybody would.
Pop the icon.
Dog on guard 3 days a week. Guess which days?
Only one way to find out. Shit.
I found an antique shop that sold this phone and I had to have it because it was Jenny's.
Jenny was 675. God, I remember them. My dad used to have a telephone lock. He used to put a telephone lock on it to stop you dialing.
Darren's like, I hate hazelnut creamer too, but I'll take Nutella any day. And had the original formulation when in Europe. And it tasted the same.
Yeah, I don't know if like the European version be any different from the US version. Probably will be because it'll be less sweetener.
I don't know. It isn't that I don't think that it's significantly different as far as sweetness goes. It's the ingredients they use to make up the thing. Here in the States, they would have substituted out high fructose corn syrup a long time ago for sugar. Because sugar costs way more. And high fructose corn syrup is sweeter than sugar, and therefore you need to use less of it in your jar to get the same level of sweetness. It's all about optimizing cost and what they can get away with putting in there.
Definitely.
You know, Albert Einstein was a genius, but his brother Frank was a monster.
Oh, God. Oh, jeez. Oh, man. Yeah, that's exactly my response.
How come everybody hates Frankenstein? I don't understand. See, I knew I had another one in here, this thing. It wasn't in the folder with the other one.
Ah, yeah. Simpsons haven't been wrong yet.
I have both of them. They showed Trump and they showed Kamala.
Weird.
I am definitely getting stronger with age. I can now lift $100 worth of groceries with one hand. And last week, I did it with one finger.
Jesus. Yep, you're getting nothing for your money now. Nothing.
How many of you had these growing up as kids? Huh? Kids today will never know the joy of going to McDonald's for a Happy Meal and coming home with a Halloween bucket.
We've done that once in the UK. Yeah, I remember the kids got, but I was orange. We got a little orange Halloween bucket. I remember that.
How about plates? Does your McDonald's ever had plates that you could buy?
No, not really. Not that I remember.
I've got some of those too. They were like for different Disney movies that were being released. And they partnered up with McDonald's, and you could go and get your Happy Meal. And if you bought a Happy Meal, you could buy a plate for like $1.50. Sure, was like glasses too.
Really? I remember the glasses. You used to get the Coke glasses.
Darren loves the color of that phone. I love that color too.
Nice
McDonald's glasses. Yeah. All right, here's some crafting for you. If you thought that you could do meticulous work, look at the shit that these people have come up with.
That's so clever. Holy moly. Damn.
That is wild.
On a leaf as well.
Look at that. A giraffe.
Holy shit.
That is just wild. A few days, it would be dust in the wind.
Have you seen what us in the UK have got over here that's celebrating the Beetlejuice movie? My
No,
wife's
man, what do you
collecting
got?
them. There you go. The Fanta. Fanta Pop.
Wow.
That's green. That's red. That's orange. The color of the pop is what's on the tin. So you've got a red and orange, which is like the normal Fanta. That's green. That's blue. And that's yellow. And my wife's got that one, and that one. We've got 3, just collecting them. But yeah, that's what they're doing with the movies.
Awesome.
We need, which has got to collect 2. That your pooch is going mad in the background?
Yep. I have no idea why. I need to create another scene so that when you're sharing the news, it can pause the music, and when you're not sharing the news, the music continues to play.
Oh, yeah. Whatever.
I added it last week because you were talking about something and the music was like disruptive.
Ah, got you.
No big deal.
Gotcha.
Another scene to make. There you go.
They're
A
amazing,
volcano.
they're like- Holy moly,
I don't know
that's
what
brilliant.
just notified. Yeah, there's some Halloween for you. Look at how intricate that one is.
That must have took an eternity to make that. Holy shit, man. Oh.
I just couldn't get over it. It was just like, get off my lawn. Hello and welcome.
That must be
pleasure to have you here. Check it out.
So clever, that's so.
It just was like,
It is kind of mind blowing. It's really good.
you know, when you see one of them, it's like, oh yeah, okay, whatever. But this is like, nah. Those have to be digital. They have to be done digitally.
I'm wondering, like, yeah.
So here we go. Lovely Detroit, Michigan, September of 2009. And the same picture in 2013.
Oh dear. It's dilapidated a bit.
Because the auto
What the hell
industry
happened?
isn't what it used to be.
They're
The
just
economic
probably
bubble?
empty relics now. Yeah.
Here's your favorite exit there, mate. Exit 69, Horsecombe Road, half mile ahead. Plenty of food, lodging, and Burger King. And if you all want to go see this sign, just head over to I-95 and file mile marker 70.
Holy shit. Oh my God.
Do we have a carbon problem? I don't know, man. In 1918, here's the trees that were cut down and the rings that they had. And here we have the growth of today. You ever try and cutting one of these logs that were cut back in the early 1900s?
Oh, what? No.
Let me tell you, you have carbon-tipped blades, it'll dull them. That's how tough and hard that wood is. It's like trying to cut oak. And that's pine.
Oh. Hell of a difference.
Make America Great Britain again. Here's a new slogan for you guys. Make America Great Britain again. This is all fine and dandy until I saw the censorship going on over there and said, nah, man, no thanks. But that breakfast sandwich does look pretty good.
Yeah, it's a bit flimsy like, but yeah.
And a reminder, no matter how many times we ate these when we first got out on our own, this is not food.
The noodles.
Ramen noodles.
Yeah.
I can't eat that now.
God.
I'm not a
The
diabetic,
bands
to my
looks good,
knowledge, but that spikes my blood sugar. And then I go into, an hyperinsulin state where my blood sugar tanks. I got to take a nap. One bowl of that. One package is all it takes.
The Bens love that. We get the super noodles. I mean, they're not like probably as potent as them, but the kids love them as a quick snack. Bowl of super noodles.
Yeah, I used to eat plenty of them.
Yeah.
Beef, bacon, and butter, the secrets to life.
Oh, hell yeah. Definitely, yes.
You know how much happier we could have been if they wouldn't have told us this whole, eat less beef bullshit our entire lives?
Nowadays, we're carnivore. We're carnivores as well. So fuck that. You eat meat. Period. Shut up. That's what fangs are for. And we're chewy teeth biting meat. You know what I mean?
And earlier when I was talking about the glyphosate, here's the actual thing I was talking about. Bob's Red Mill flour, all-purpose baking flour, was tested and found to have 151.37 parts per billion of glyphosate in the flour. So don't tell me that it's perfectly safe to spray Roundup on whatever the fuck they want to spray it on, and it's not going to get into our bodies. Because this proves that's bullshit.
So it's being put in the food chain, isn't it? So
I have here for sale a vintage Tupperware foot bath meat defroster puke bucket potato salad popcorn bowl.
Yes, everybody had the bowl, the sick bowl.
And if anybody's interested, I will be happy to let it go for $2,000.
We all had one of them.
Maybe I'll let you Jew me down to 1,000. Maybe.
I like it because your kid puked it overnight. The next day you wash it out and you prepared your food. So you had a salad in it.
And that night when you decided to, rent a tape, from Blockbuster, everybody ate popcorn out of it.
Yeah. God, them the days, the old Tupperware bowls.
Best Sign of the Week award goes to Private Road. Residents have guns and backhoes. Suggest you turn around.
Like it. Definitely like it. Get off my land.
Me in the 80s. Me now.
Oh, shit.
Once you see this, folks, you can't unsee it. This is exactly what a copper mine looks like, because that's what the picture is of, right? That's the Grand Canyon.
Ooh. Coincidence. Or was it man-made?
I don't know. Did you know the Chinese villagers of Zilin Shui, made a QR code from 130,000 trees, which can apparently be scanned by passing airplanes. The code takes viewers to its official tourism website.
Holy moly. What the? Eh? How?
Why not?
That's so
That's
cool.
ingenious.
Mm-hmm. That's so clever.
Hey, folks, can we go back to the day when restaurants actually looked alive and appealing? How many of y'all remember Little Caesars pizza looking like this?
Well, it was never over here.
Even McDonald's has gotten so institutionalized in their appearance nowadays. Looks more like a jail than it does a restaurant. I'm not even going to comment about, the playground that's not in the front of the store anymore. They had to tear that out. Can't even get outside seating. Miss the good old days. But they weren't all perfect, because I think this was possibly the worst coloring book ever made.
Yeah, what color we're going to do the Stormtrooper? White? He already is. Shit.
Well, I think we had a pretty good run here on Earth. Maybe it's time we wrap shit up.
What on earth? What?
Trying to fill a laundry basket with gasoline.
Oh, come on. No. Oh, no, hell no. Come on.
I
Really?
suggest that we pass a new law to remove all warning signs from everything. It's time for natural selection to rule. If you're that stupid, you should be allowed to do whatever you want. Because we're going to weed all the dumb people out of society.
There's number one. Jesus wept. Nah. Hell no.
I bet all those linemen working down south right now would like to see no tax on overtime.
Jesus Christ. Look at all that.
These linemen make a pretty penny for being a lineman, right? When this kind of stuff happens, they get paid from the moment they get in the truck until they come home and get out of the truck.
Really?
24 hours a day.
Holy smoke.
As long as they're down there.
Damn.
All I know is my wife would certainly like her tips to not be taxed anymore.
Well, everything's getting taxed now, isn't it?
Technically, Moses was the first person with a tablet downloading data from the cloud.
If you look at it that way, yeah. Jesus Christ.
Real friends don't get offended when you insult them. They just smile and call you something even more offensive. Hoorah.
Yep.
Me listening to death metal about Vikings, murder, pillaging, blood eagles, and drinking mead from the skulls of my enemies while I fold our laundry.
Oh, living life in the fast lane, eh?
Listen, if I didn't have this life, I wouldn't be able to do this channel. So I will gladly do this in exchange for the life I live today.
Yeah, I'd do my bit with the washing, mate. Did you agree with that?
Meanwhile, here we have a picture of Diddy all lubed up and slipping through the bars on his jail cell.
And there's another weirdo, isn't he? He's in news again. Weirdo.
Yeah. They're coming down on this pedophile ring. I wonder how many of them are going to end up in jail. When you realize that Al Bundy could beat up John Wick and Aquaman.
Yeah, he's a key martial arts, apparently, isn't he?
Black belt, no less.
Yeah.
Wow. Here you go. Black power, blue power, pink power, account suspended, yellow power, red power.
Account suspended. White powder. Account suspended.
You shouldn't have to happen to you before you actually think it matters to you.
Yep. True.
Dangers of alcohol versus dangers of marijuana.
You toss a kite on that.
Meanwhile, both of those are fully monetized and allowed to happen on YouTube. Now, our content is what they've chosen to eliminate.
Yep.
I do think you're right, Kenny. You've really started to convince me. This is all population control.
Telling you, man. Telling you.
All right, folks. When you got home from school, what TV show did you eagerly jump into the living room to turn on the boob tube and put on for your entertainment before dinner?
Ooh. Wait, telly was good back then, though. You had plenty of stuff you could watch. Because you used to start in, you used to have
Dukes
John
of Hazzard, Andrew Kaiser said.
Oh, I'm talking about what came in.
Darren's like the Brady Bunch.
John Craven's News Round used to be on. Then it'd be Grange Hill. UK was a good tea time show.
For me, it was Emergency. Johnny and Roy, Squad 51.
But if I was off school, right, I'm not shit you not, as a, 13, 14, maybe late teens, I used to like watching Quincy because it was on daytime telly here.
Oh, yeah.
I used to enjoy watching Quincy.
Quincy Medical Examiner. I used to love watching that.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it used to be daytime TV over here. It would be in the afternoon. So if I had a day off school or I finished school early, I'd come in and watch Quincy and me.
Last week, I've been driving my wife nuts because I've been watching Chips in the evening while she's making dinner.
Oh,
Neil Pitts is like Star Trek. Cheryl Demers is a Mickey Mouse Club. Darren's like Squad 51, awesome. How about Hogan's Heroes? Oh, yes. I love me some Hogan's Heroes. Magnum PI, Andrew Kaiser says.
Sometimes He-Man used to be on a tea time as well. By the power of Grayskull.
Listen, I didn't ask you about your Saturday morning cartoons. That'll be the next question.
It used to be on a weekday as well. He-Man used to be on a
weekday.
Mm-hmm. That's what
How many channels did you have growing up?
4, 5. No, it was at Channel 5. We had 5 eventually. But early days, we just had 3. BBC 1, BBC 2, ITV. Then Channel 4 came around 70s. Then Channel 5, late 70s, early 80s. And then obviously the fucking satellite TV exploded then after that. In the 80s, you know, like MTV and all that crap started to appear.
Yeah, when I was a young little rascal, I had the typical ABC, NBC, CBS. You also had PBS, Public Broadcasting Station. And then I was probably about 7 or 8 years old when we got an independent station, WUAB Channel 43. And that's the one that, you know, I used to catch Star Trek on and stuff and had a lot of this other. How about A-Team? How many of y'all remember A-Team?
A-Team?
God,
Hannibal, I ain't getting no plain fool.
Yeah.
I ain't getting no plain fool. Yes, you are. Go to sleep. Bye. They used to always have to spring Murdoch over a loony bin, didn't they? He was always in a psychiatric ward. They used to always have to spring him. Great.
Oh, yeah.
Airwolf? I used to like Airwolf.
I love Airwolf.
Airwolf?
I can't believe how much they paid Jan Michael Vincent for Airwolf. If he wasn't such a greedy bastard, they could have continued making it instead of having that ridiculous third season of it, where they butchered the whole thing.
Oh, there's loads of stuff, man. I don't know if it was an American program, but you ever Space 1999? That was like a space series where we were living on the moon at the time.
WKYC, that's Cleveland, sure is. NBC.
But I tell you what I used to like watching, $6 Million Man, Lee Majors. Remember that one?
Yeah, I do remember that. That was on Saturdays.
$6 Million Man, $6 Million Man.
We had lots of good shows.
Yeah, but we used to get it like way later. Because, like, say you were in series 20, we'd be in series 2. You know what I mean? Bionic Woman.
Woman.
What was the other one? Was it the Fall Guy with Lee Majors? Was that it?
Yes.
The Fall Guy, Lee Majors.
Yes.
Stuntman. I used to watch that.
Mm-hmm. With Heather Thomas.
Yeah. Oh, Quincy. What was the other one?
MASH.
MASH. Oh yeah, MASH was good.
Dark Shadows. Al Ben, hello and welcome.
The Hitchhiker.
Oh yeah. Fall Guy. Dukes of Hazzard.
Knight Rider.
Yeah.
Knight Rider.
Yeah, with Kit. Oh yeah.
With the Hoff.
How about Buck Rogers?
Buck Rogers in the 21st century. Yes. These robots. Bitty. Okay, Buck. Bitty.
Twitty. Twitty, the little computer.
Yeah.
On Twiggy.
Bitty. Yeah. I used to like that.
Al Benz, I just got done working on a tractor. How about Green Acres? How many of y'all remember Green Acres?
Oh, no.
Zsa Zsa Gabor.
I'll tell you what I used to like watching. It's an old one, like, but we got the repeats. The Munsters. You know, the family, they were a bit like...
My daughter loved watching the Munsters.
The Munsters was a spin-off of the Addams Family, wasn't it?
Yes. Used to watch both of them.
Herman was Frankenstein. Herman.
And Marilyn, the one that wasn't a monster, but she was a monster.
Yeah.
Addams Family.
Addams Family.
I used to love how they were clipping the heads of the roses off. Little Rascals. You remember Little Rascals and Little Petey the dog?
Well, on Nickelodeon, my children used to watch the Rugrats. A lot of the Rugrats.
Yeah. Batman, the original one. Or was it the Saturday morning cartoon one?
The original was great. We used to get the zap. Pow! Wow! Popping up on the screen. The graphics are fantastic. Brilliant.
We had so many great shows in the 80s, man. We truly did have an amazing childhood.
Can you remember like the puppet shows, like Thunderbirds?
I saw that, but I could never get into that kind of thing. The only thing I ever had that was like puppet stuff was Captain Kangaroo.
Oh, there was Thunderbirds. There was Captain Scarlet.
Kung Fu Theater.
Stingray. The Stingray, Captain Scarlet, Thunderbirds, all the puppets. So brilliant, man. See the strings dangling away when they're walking along.
Yeah. The only time I ever saw those kind of puppeteer things was when I was watching Sound of Music. And they did the little puppeteer thing. Pee Wee Herman. WKRP in Cincinnati.
Pee Wee Herman, Jesus. Midget wrestling.
Yeah,
What?
wrestling was a big thing here in the States. Roller derbies. I never got to watch any roller derby stuff. Chips had some roller derby stuff. Punch and John did a fundraiser.
That's some good stuff in them days. Like, they didn't make them like that now, did they? It's just
No. It's all reruns and remakes of stuff that we had. Like, did people like lose their imagination? You can't come up with an original idea? It doesn't suck?
Exactly. cartoons. I used to love Scooby-Doo. I used to love watching Scooby-Doo.
Oh, yeah. We had a ton of cartoons.
Scooby-Doo. Oh, Scooby-Doo was a classic. And of course, the Muppets. Christ, how can we not remember?
How can we not remember the Muppets?
Yeah. Holy moly, they were class.
Waldorf.
Especially them two. Waldorf, they were
My
brilliant.
favorite part of fall is when the mosquitoes go back to hell.
Hell yeah. They were brilliant, them two.
Yep, and then when we got cable, when we first got cable, we got to see Fraggle Rock on HBO.
Fraggle Rock, we had that. Yeah, we had that over here, Fraggle Rock.
Woody Woodpecker. Used to love watching Woody Woodpecker and Flintstones and
Oh,
Jetsons.
my, don't get us at them. Wile E. Coyote and the Roadrunner. Love that thing. It was
Oh, yeah.
brilliant, that. I used to get all these Acme products.
Mr. Putin, why did you invade Ukraine? Well, I grew up in a middle-class kid in a neighborhood of folks who were very proud of their lawns.
Did you watch that interview? Did you ever watch that
Yes,
interview?
I did. I watched the whole thing. Class. That's what actually got me watching Tucker, because I wasn't a fan of Tucker, years ago. But to have the audacity to go against what everybody wanted and what everybody warned against, and he says, no, I'm going to go in and interview him. I got some questions. I want some answers.
And I'd give Putin his dues. He did give him some straight answers, but he knew his history. He knew his history. Like, by God, he knew his history of the country and that. And he was
He
explaining.
also knew his Russian history. And how he was visiting certain parts, what used to be Hungary, but is no longer Hungary. And you go into that town, and they have both the Hungarian and the Russian street signs, because the people maintain their heritage. That's one of the things he talked about in that interview. Roadrunner.
He was discussing the history after the war when they were dividing the land up and all that, and obviously the agreement with NATO. He knew his shit, like, very clever that way.
All right, let's set the password. We need to reset our password because we can't remember it, so let's try carrot. Password must be at least 8 characters long. Boiled carrot. Password must contain at least 1 number. 1 boiled carrot. Password cannot contain spaces. 50 boiled carrots. Password must contain at least 1 capital letter. 50 fucking boiled carrots. Password cannot contain multiple consecutive capitals. 50 fucking boiled carrots. Password cannot contain swear words. If you do not accept this password, then you can stick those 50 boiled carrots up your butt. Sorry, but this password has already been used.
God. Oh, that's such a true statement, that.
Meep.
Yeah, runner, beep.
Listen, when you hire a Melissa Etheridge fan to pour your concrete up to my window, come up to my window.
Oh, my lordy do.
Go listen to the song, folks, if you don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Google.
I kind of get what you mean.
This I thought was kind of interesting. I went to 270, to find out, what the electoral map looks like based upon the latest surveys that are out there, right? And then I'm like, okay, what happens if this is kind of this way and this is kind of this way and everything stays about the same, except it gets cemented in as the way it was leaning? This is where the election sits today. Nobody wins. It's tied, 269 to 269. You need 270 to become president.
But looking at it, like, just to the untrained eye, it looks mostly red. So it looks like the Reds have waltzed it. So
Yeah, but most of the red is just empty land. There's nobody there.
Yeah.
Farmland. Government-owned land. You would be shocked to find out how much of Montana and Wyoming and Utah and Idaho, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas City, Oklahoma has government owned land that has never been owned by an American citizen, because it's always been owned by the government and they never sold it. They never gave it away into a homestead.
Really? Never knew that.
Yes. So, regardless of who you want to vote for, make sure you go to the polls and cast your vote.
Definitely.
If you hate both the Democrats and the Republicans, then cast a vote for Kennedy. Because if we get more than 5% of the country to vote for Kennedy, that will establish a third party in the United States from this point forward.
The major two.
Right. We will now have three to
That's
choose from.
what I've noticed. That's what I've noticed with the US. You don't seem to have anything in between like we have. I mean, we've got...
No, and they know because it's a duopoly. They don't actually tell you how they stand on things. They go down the party lines, and the party tries to make it as divisive as possible and never talk about the things that all of us agree on.
Yeah.
Like Social Security. We want to know that all this money that we've been paying into Social Security for our entire lives will still be there when we get old enough to collect it.
Yeah, when you retire.
Kennedy is still on the ballot, except for the swing states. So like Pennsylvania, he's not going to be listed on the ballot. But if you wanted to write his name in, there's nothing stopping you from writing his name in. If you don't want to vote for Kamala or Trump, you can write his name in. And it will count towards him, even though his name is not on the ballot.
Definitely. Well, I've got it. It's your freedom of your vote, isn't it? So
vote your dreams and your desires and show up to cast your vote. Cheryl Demers like, I work hard. I want my money. I want to keep as much of it as possible. I concur.
Definitely.
My wife even asked, she's like, is Trump really going to be able to get all this stuff passed that he's talking about? He's talking about not taxing Social Security. He's talking about not taxing tips and not taxing anything over 40 hours a week. Overtime. And I'm like, I don't know if he can get Congress to do this. But I do know when he was there last time, our taxes went from being a minimum of 6 pages to 1 page. So if anybody can do it, he can, because I know Kamala's not going to do it. She was the tie-breaking vote that got tips taxed.
I do. I mean, what I've looked at from the outside in from the past, I mean, when he was president, the economy wasn't as bad as it is now. He kind of sorted the economy out a bit, didn't he?
Part of that was because of the number of regulations that he removed.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, the people that he put in charge of a lot of these agencies were actually agency men to begin with, so he didn't know any better. He's got a bunch of people around him now. Well, 2 of them. I mean, Kennedy was a Democrat, and so was, what's her name from Hawaii? Ran as Democrat presidential candidates, both of them. And they're now running with him as a Republican because they're that disenfranchised with the system. And they're going to point out who are the people that are bought and paid for, to their knowledge. So theoretically, the transition should be completely different people than was there last time he was in office, if he gets in.
Yeah.
And Cheryl's right, because he is a businessman and not a politician. Even when we sat there, and if you go and watch the meeting on September 11th, when he met with all the vape people to ban vaping.
That's right, yeah.
He legit looked at it as a business meeting, and he goes like, you guys are overcomplicating this. We're going to come up with a simple solution, and it's going to work. It could have been a lot worse than what it was. He looked at it. He realized that prohibition's not going to work, so that's not an option. Let's not even look at that. So we need to keep it out of kids. Okay, tobacco 21 makes most sense. And Jewel just told me that they got rid of all the flavored pods from the market, so the only flavored pods that are going to exist on the market are going to be illegal Chinese knockoffs, counterfeits. Well, so I'm going to ban that. And that's all we're doing.
Yeah.
Could have been a lot worse. Fortunately, it wasn't.
He did see the vape industry as people's businesses, and just obviously, like I said, with his business head on, he wasn't going to put all these businesses out of business. You know what I mean? They're paying the taxes, they're paying in the economy. So
listen, I hated him when he was in office the last time. Matter of fact, I have to dig up one of these days. I think that, you know, my PAVE post that I put on Twitter the other day that was so cathartic for me, there was a post that I put on Facebook about him when he made a statement, something in the press room that I got totally offended about, and I created a big, massive, long Facebook post about that's not the place for you to do this kind of bullshit political crap.
Yeah.
You know, the press room is there to inform the public. And when you turn it into a fucking circus, you're doing nobody any good.
No.
But anyway, getting away from politics. Apparently, I ordered the wrong latte. I did not want an ejaculate.
Very nice.
The only reason I'm kind of like rushing things along, because you believe we're at this at 4.5 hours already?
Get away and shite. Really?
Yeah.
No.
We've been just yammering away about this and about that and the dad jokes and getting into the TV conversations and programs we watched as kids. And Cheryl calls that the extra proteino latte.
Oh, well, it's certainly that.
Jerry.
I was thinking of an extra bit of creamer in myself, like, but there you go.
It doesn't taste like cream.
Oh no. Salted caramel?
No, thank you.
Holy moly.
Cum does a body good. There are scientific studies to back up that statement. It's not about being vulgar. That's a scientific fact.
Apparently it does. It's full
for
of
both
protein,
parties.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Full of protein, apparently.
Good for men's health, good for women's health. It's a win-win.
Well, yeah.
It also leads to, you know, potentially having another child on this planet, which seems to be a good thing because a lot of Elon's posts lately that he's been re-sharing other people's things have been talking about, you know, the population decline, and the number of people that are having kids nowadays is taking a downward turn the last 2 decades. Ever since 9/11, I think.
Yeah. Then again, you know, it's the expense, you know, everybody's tied in their belts, and, you know, another child, you know, it's a massive financial
And how many
burden,
people,
as well as
you know, when we were growing up as kids, our parents, only one person had to work a full-time job to support the family and a house and cars, not just one car. You know, that was maybe back in the 50s, but by the 70s, both the mom and dad had their own car and a beautiful house and could afford to pay the bills and put new clothes on the kids whenever the kids needed it.
Yeah.
With one paycheck. Now, most households have both parties or multiple parties in households that have children still living there because they can't afford to go buy a freaking house because the houses have gone up so much in value. So it's like everybody's working. Nobody's got time for kids.
No.
I remember when I first had my first child, I'm like, how the hell am I ever going to afford this? I can't afford that. I could barely make ends meet with just myself. But you get married and you make it work. You make sacrifices on things that you took for granted as, oh, I needed that. I needed to stop at the convenience store every day on the way to work. No, you didn't. You made it work. And that money went to pay for diapers and formula and baby clothes.
You did. You always found a way, didn't you? Regardless of what your circumstances were, you always found a way. You always put your kids first, and they took priority. You always find a way, and you probably still do to this day. You always find a way to make sure they're fed, clothed, and all that stuff.
Yep.
It's the way it is. Yeah, man.
Life's about change. You can fight it or you can accept it. Either way, you'll find a way to make ends meet. Al Villar, hello and welcome. All right. Do we want to do a retro vape or do you want to do a random recipe? What's more important? We can postpone one until next week.
We'll have a look at the retro. That's a nice one. I'm keen to see that retro.
Okay. Time for a retro vape. Up for your entertainment. Oh, hold on. Let me move the microphone back so you guys can actually hear me. Up for your entertainment today, we have the iJoy Mystique kit. Kenny, when he gets back from the loo, is going to have to look this up. How old is this? Back when the cellophane was actually hard to get off of this thing because it actually had some thickness to it. And despite what this says, this does not contain nicotine. I've always been sold a false bill of goods and always despised the fact that they put that on the products. But that's what they thought the regulators were going to want. It's intended for nicotine consumption, therefore it's got a warning, even though it doesn't contain any of that. How do we know it doesn't contain any of that? Because, well, let's take a look. This is what comes in the box. The iJoy Mystique. Beautiful mod. Little plastic mod. Little display screen. Clicky buttons. With real tension on it in order for you to get that button to fire. You can definitely feel the force is required for that to happen. Dual 18650 batteries to power this device. Back in the day when they didn't really mark these as clearly as they could have, a little bit of paint would have gone such a long way for them to do this.
Sorry about that, little boy's room beckoned, I'm afraid.
I told him you were in the loo. There is a beautiful blue iJoy Mystique.
That's got a nice pattern to it, hasn't it?
Yeah. Dual batteries. And like I said, they didn't mark it as good as they should have. But that's okay.
That used to be a thing in them days, didn't it? They were never clear on the battery markings until they started putting the white ones in.
Yeah, when they put the white label on, it made it a lot easier to see your thing. Because, you know, here we got plenty of light today, but wouldn't that have been nice to be able to see that in the less than ideal circumstances? And there you go. There's your little display. No colors whatsoever.
I love that. The little simple displays, I used to love them.
5 clicks to turn it off. Mystique. 60 watts. Hold the button down. Jumps up in 1 watt increments. 0.1 watt increments for individual press of the button. 162 watts maximum.
Wow, that's cool.
Because there was no upregulation of the voltage, and back in the day, you know, this was your standard battery. Your Samsung 25R was your standard battery.
That's right.
So they weren't going to push the amperage like they can nowadays with these new Molly cells that we have. No round robin either. But I'll tell you what, they got the speed good on this one. I've seen ones, you know, that were slow as molasses. Goes down to 1 watts.
1 watt.
Beautiful design. And you know what? Now that we got the batteries in here, it's actually got some decent weight to it. Because this is a plastic cover, this is a plastic cover. But this is not plastic. That's a metal. You got battery venting holes on the bottom. That's pretty cool. Micro USB
like
connection.
Would be like a zinc alloy frame, I imagine, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Look at the size of the top of it, man. God, 20 Friggin' what, 20 milli diameter, 25 milli diameter on there?
Well, let's measure it. I got the calipers here. I was measuring something the other day. And there's pins for the Hell Vape tank. All right, so let's zero this out. With the cover, 24.4.
Maybe a
So
squeeze of
25 you can squeeze on there without it looking fugly. Yeah. But then again, most of the tanks out there were like 22 millimeters.
Yeah, the 20,
you know
22
I mean?
back there, yeah. It's a dainty looking thing, isn't it?
Yeah. Also included in the package, we have a beautiful bubble glass for the tank. And back when they wanted to protect the tank, they actually had, over top of your straight glass, an aluminum ring.
Yeah. Wow.
Look, how many years has this thing been in that package? And look at that. Here's your straight glass. Here's your mesh coil.
But obviously,
beautiful, fine mesh.
When you switch to bubble glass, you kind of lose that outside anyway, don't you? You lose that.
Right, but if you were worried about it breaking, you know what I mean? If you were a clutch or whatever, you were worried about, you know, throwing it in your purse or something, like keys or something, breaking it, you could leave this on there and add yourself an extra layer of protection.
Yeah, it's a cool idea.
And the quality of the O-rings were so much better back in the day. What the hell? That beautiful. The tolerance is in there. That fits on there so snugly. How tight is this? And even the tolerances, when they put the coil in, that was my big gripe with Smock. You would get these things and the coil would be so tight into the base, you need a pair of pliers to get the coil out the first time.
Yeah. And 9 to 10 times when they put them in that tight, they crushed the O-ring, then it wasn't any good. By the leak.
Yeah. So I think I'm going to, I'm not going to torture Kenny with his raisin cookie, so I'm just going to continue using this Vapetasia pink lemonade.
Oh, if you wanted to torture, you could. It just means I've got to look forward to something. That's all I want to say on that one.
And the reason that this had to be done is because the edge of the cotton here was so close to the mesh. You wanted to make sure that the very edge of this was super saturated when you first put these things together. It wasn't about wanting to drip it onto your mat or table or whatever you built it on. So I'm going to forgive it for puking out anything out of the airflow opening right now because I overdid it. How about the top of this? Do we have a button to release it? How does this release? Is it unscrewed? What is it? The slider? Oh, we got an arrow.
Yeah, it's
Do we have to remove the drip tip to slide it? According to the way that's built there, it doesn't look like it. It's just that tight. So this is a 510 drip tip adapter. And there's O-rings on there to give you a better seal.
Nice snug fit, eh?
It's one of those ones where just a 0.5 millimeter more would have made such a difference. But we'll make
I used to do that anyway. I used to always do that anyway with the sliders. I always used to take the drip tip out. It was just easier to fill them.
Yeah. The one advantage to the slide top is you can legit fill this thing up the whole way. You know what I mean? And when you slide this closed, you didn't build up any pressure in there. When you have the twist on top, if you fill it the whole way with fluid and you tighten that top down, that slight compression, if you didn't leave air inside here, you would flood the coil.
That's right.
Wonder how whistly this tank is going to be.
It looks like it's got huge airflow. Look at the size of the slots.
Massive airflow. You can see straight through it.
Holy moly. You like an aqualung?
Yeah. But I'm not going to complain because, I mean, that's a nice tank.
It does look like quite nice. Like, it's quite smart. I like the pattern on it. It's quite nice. Simple, sleek.
Gets the job done.
It does.
So we'll set that off to the side, let that thing soak its stuff up. We'll take a look and see what else came in the package. Look, a box you can actually pick out of there.
I thought you picked up there was nothing in there for a minute. I went, what the hell? Ooh, lots of goodies.
A lot of paraphernalia.
Yeah.
Warranty coverage information. Purchase information document log. This is the big map style user manual.
God, I remember them. Can you remember them? Wow. They were awesome. Then the English bit was a tiny bit in the corner somewhere.
Printed on both sides in fine print that you need a magnifying glass to try and actually read it. But, whatever. And a beautiful little card telling you about a website you can go and follow them at and all this other stuff. I'd be surprised if that thing even exists anymore. My luck, YouTube will catch it and go,
You showed a link, the website, blah, 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 blah.
A link to a product that is 7 years old and no longer for sale anywhere. I'd be surprised if you could find this anywhere. There are probably a bunch of vape shops that still have this kind of stuff. Because back in the day, it wasn't that fantastic. Let's be real. Spare O-rings. Lovely. A spare coil. This one is the M2 and the other coil is the M1. This one is 0.2 ohms. The other one I believe is 0.18 or 0.15. This one's 40 to 70 watts. And this is the dual.
Dual coil.
But much smaller opening, so you're going to get a lot less airflow. This is if you wanted a restricted lung. And there's the beautiful sleeve that we had. And
good old charge cable.
A good quality nylon braided charge cable.
Micro USB in them days.
Yes.
Amazing, that stuff, man.
And that right there is your iJoy Mystique.
Mystique. Very Mystique name, isn't it? Mystique.
Wind turbine. Easily breathe through it.
I bet.
We'll put these calipers away. Mrs. Hunky Vape, hello and welcome.
Oh, hello.
Executive
Mrs.
producer
H.
is here to supervise how the show's going. She didn't send me a picture of her nails. She got new nails done today.
Oh, me wife and me daughter got theirs done the day as well.
What a coinky dink.
Quinky dinky said. Winky dinky winky dink.
Mrs. Hunky Vape, your dogs keep insisting on getting another treat. They already had two.
Yep, be careful. Don't spoil them.
That's not what she says. If she had a choice of spoiling them or spoiling me, I'd lose. Little E.T. Rub my belly. Little E.T. sitting on here. Listen. Look at this dog.
Hello. Oh.
Do you need to go out? Is that what your problem is? All right. I'm going to leave you with the audience for a moment while I go and let these suckers out.
Thank you for that.
I don't want to mess the cleanup. You know what I mean? I lost track. There you go. All right, let's go. I'll go, Pete. Let's go.
Yeah, right, folks. You've got yours truly for the next couple of minutes. Al Villa, you're in the Philippines. Oh, I've heard they do some fantastic mods out there in the Philippines, especially the Mixin, because I think Bogan does a lot of reviews on the Philippine mods, and they look very intricate. The engraved and everything looks amazing on them. Absolutely amazing on them, it does. Sun spot Nord 4, which was great for them, but Nord 5 not so much. Now they have around to Caliburn G3, very nice. Oh, there's a big disposable scene out there in your part of the world now. Yeah, I think they're just getting like that everywhere now because they're just convenient, aren't they? Yeah, I think some of the I've seen some of the stuff up there is proper high-end stuff, like because it's well made, you know. Some of the detail on them and the engraving on them, and they're just a beautiful thing to look at. Yeah, they're still pretty cheap over here. I mean, you can get anything from a fiver, you know, for a disposable. Not the best, like, but you can get them for about a fiver. For now, obviously, because they're going to ban them next year in the UK anyway, so $4 for 15,000 puffs, Jesus. Where the legal vapes here are 600 puffs, but there are a lot on the market. I mean, this one here is a 4-flavored one, the IVG. That's 2,400, and that'll cost you about a tenner in the UK. So I was just talking to Al Villa there. You know, he's out in the Philippines. We all had to make some fantastic high-end mods. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I've heard about them. I haven't seen any of them.
Yeah,
Bogan does a review on them, and so does Nick Grim Green.
Yeah, but he's saying there you can get the disposables over there are $4 for the 15,000 puff ones. That's cheap, that, isn't it?
Yep.
Ability for that kind of stuff. Wow.
25 here. It all depends. I mean, the gas station next door raised their price on stuff too, but if you buy more than one, they give you a better price on it.
Yeah, if you buy like a window.
Nothing that cheap. Nothing like $4.
No. I mean, like I stated,
last time
for
I
the
next door was $30.
Yeah, the 600 puff ones here you can get for about a $5, you know, but they're not the best. Not the best.
Yeah, last time it was $30 for one, but two for 40. So
yeah, that's just to get rid of them.
$20.
Get them sold.
$20 a piece. That's not bad.
Wow, still alright, yeah. So, my friend, how
Maggie
is your
is
new
super
little
cute,
baby?
but she's a narcissist. Yes, she is. All right, so
Yeah,
let's take a look at this iJoy Mystique and let's give her a try.
Yeah,
1
go for
watt
it,
is
sir.
definitely not high enough.
No.
And this was back in the day when you could actually see clearly inside your things. So inside here it says 40 to 80 watts and it's 0.18 ohms. So we'll go up to 40 watts to get her started.
Gotta bet it in. It may be one of them. I bet it's one of them ones we've got to go into a tank to get it bedded in.
Probably.
You never know.
Okay, so the flavor's not as pungent and potent as it is on a modern tank, but you can definitely tell that it's a lemonade. And the sweetness isn't as prominent as it should be in here, so the lemon is more forefront. But if I had this when I went to quit smoking, I could have quit smoking with it. Turn the airflow down a third of the way.
I think I see, like back in the day, you could have quit smoking on them back in the day. You know, that's what you had at the time. I think they would have worked.
It's a Canthal coil, and something is in that cotton, which gives it a little bit of an off note. So, like you were saying, a tank of e-liquid to break it in.
Yeah. Have a Romeo. Have a look at that one. Have a look at that one, baby.
This is the first time I'm actually able to identify what that off note is. You know what it tastes like? It's kind of got a rubber characteristic to it. I bet it's the O-ring.
Right. Could be.
They put those O-rings in there when it was brand new, and it's been sitting in that package for 4 years. So I'm sure that's off-gassed some of that substance from the O-ring.
Could be, like.
But it's not off-putting enough for me not to use it. If I was trying to quit smoking, this would have been enough to get me to quit smoking. For sure.
Like I said, they would have done that shit in the day.
Yeah, I'm very happy with that. For those of you on Twitter, you're going to be cut off here in the next 30 seconds. So peace, love, and a hunky vape to all of you. Hope you guys all have a fantastic day. We're going to keep going on Rumble and Twitch and YouTube. So we're running.
So if you want to continue, switch. If you want to continue, switch over to the other platform, and you can still sit with it.
And if you're watching on the replay, go find the full episode on Rumble or YouTube or Twitch for the next month.
Go.
Listen, I am very grateful for Elon empowering the people that are willing to pay $8 a month to be able to live stream on Twitter. Because when our content was removed from YouTube, we've had 2 of our shows already removed for different reasons. Got a strike on the channel because of it. So, but that'll disappear in 90 days as long as we don't violate their rules again. It was so nice to be able to have another platform. People, you know, were looking at the show and they get notified on Twitter that, hey, man, we're going to be having a show, whatever. I post that every morning before we go live. And they had the option of watching it that day and watching the replay on those platforms, which was actually really nice. And it showed that when YouTube took it down, we had double the views on Rumble. And we had double the views on Twitter. So the censorship's not going to work. Just cut it out already. Especially when everything that we talk about is backed by science.
Exactly. You know, we don't make this stuff up. You know, we back it up with science. And, you know, we've showed there's loads of papers out there. There's loads of studies out there. There's all sorts. It's all backed up by reputable people who've done reputable studies. So, you know, we're not blowing sunshine up your ass, you know. That's what it is.
And I'm willing to present whatever science is out there, good or bad, because as a consumer of these products, I want to know the truth. I cannot rely on the government, nor do I want the government to protect me. I want to be an informed consumer and make the appropriate choices on what's going to be better and what are my perceived harms when it comes to these things. It's not their job to protect us from it.
They can advise you, but they can't enforce it, surely. You know what I mean? That's the point. They can advise you.
Cheryl's
but not
completely right
enforce
there.
it.
We're not woke enough.
Not yet. Not yet. But time will tell. Time will most definitely tell.
Listen, we're open-minded, you know? You love who you want to love. I don't have a problem with any of that stuff. None. So that's not the issue. The issue is this is biting into their big farm. This is the same problem American TV has. 80% of the evening news revenue comes from pharmaceutical products. So anything that bites into that pie, they're going to be against. And Tucker's talked about this numerous times when he was, you know, big and popular before he got fired from Fox. He was told there were certain topics he's not allowed to talk about. He doesn't care who the expert is. The channel doesn't care who the expert is. The owner of the channel doesn't care who the expert is. It's prohibited content. Because if you talk about that even once, we lose all of our big pharma revenue for advertising.
Definitely. Just say it. It's the people, you know, and they say like the politics and governments aren't getting involved in this. Right? That's horseshit. They're more involved now than what they've ever been.
One of the things that we didn't even get to when we were looking at our vape science, the cancer risk of vaping is 0.4% of the risk of smoking. You can cut out 99.6% of the harm by switching from smoking cigarettes to vaping. And if you continue doing this for the rest of your life, you will only have less than 0.5% the risk of cancer that you did if you would have continued smoking.
Exactly. You know, the numbers and facts speak for themselves. It's just take a say. Everybody, you know, these governments, etc., are in so much denial because they know they'll lose absolute fortune. They're gonna, you know, they're gonna lose millions and billions of pounds, dollars, wherever you are. Because, like, I think if vaping continues here in the UK, right, and they do say eventually, for example, ban cigarettes, right, they're going to lose a hell of a lot of tax revenue because probably about 70-80% of cigarette prices will be tax. So they've got to recuperate that from somewhere. And I think if vaping is accepted as a norm, whatever, I think that's that will be getting hammered with tax eventually if the cigarettes go away.
Like it is in Canada.
From somewhere. They've got to recuperate that kind of money because they're making billions out of cigarettes. That's why they haven't banned them.
The simple solution is, we've talked about this, and this is the reason why I honestly think in the United States, cannabis will be federally legalized. They need something to replace it. Smoking, I hate to point it out to people. I think Dr. Charles Gardner talked about this before. Smoking only has about 12 years left on the planet. Tobacco Control's been fighting this for a long time. Since vaping first came on and became widespread prominence, they've been fighting this tooth and nail. But you can't stop the truth from getting out there because we talk to our friends and our family members and tell them the exact truth of what we experienced on it. You cannot disavow firsthand knowledge of what this has done to our lives. I don't care how much you censor us. The truth is getting out there, and it's going to continue getting out there. Millions of people do this every single day so they don't smoke. It's not going anywhere.
No. I don't think smoking will ever go away. It'll just go underground. It'll be black market. Even if the ban all over, I think we'll still be.
It'll become a niche hobby like records. People that collect vinyl records today. It's a niche thing. It's a hobby. It's a fad. I mean, it's a cool thing, you know, reminisce back to your younger days or something like that. Or if you have some religious or ceremonial purposes, that's not going to go away.
No.
So it is what it is. And you don't stop people from going and eating Big Macs, breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day of the week. So why are you going to stop me from consuming nicotine?
Exactly. Exactamundo. It's all pie in the sky, isn't it? Nobody knows definitely which way it's going to go. At the end of the day, what these governments are going to do, what restrictions are going to put on, what they're going to ban, what they're not going to ban. You know, it's just I mean, disposables, I still think they've got a place. I really do, like I say. Because for the older
From what country are those two
who-
hosts? Grim Green does Thursday night live stream, and Bogan is now in the UK. He immigrated from Australia because of their ridiculous prohibition, and his wife is from England, so he immigrated to the UK.
Yep, he's an adopted Brit now.
So Grim Green is who you're looking for in the United States, and Sam the Vaping Bogan is the one you're looking for in the UK right now.
And obviously, I think he's asked the question, where were you from? And I'm sure somebody's answered it. I'm here in the UK, and obviously Alex is in the good old USA. We are intercontinental. That sounds
International
good,
podcast every Tuesday.
International, intercontinental, you know.
We are also
worldwide.
probably the longest regular vape show in the history of YouTube. I don't think anybody's ever regularly done a 5-hour show where we regularly go over 5 hours.
Yeah.
I think there's only been 2 or 3 episodes that were less than 5 hours long. We cut it off early. And that was because I made a DIY liquid that was so good, I'm like, I'm done. Goodbye. Go away.
And you were going on holiday. You were going on holiday as well.
Yeah.
Your cruise. Yeah. Yeah, you were going on a cruise. Definitely. Yeah. I think we're doing all right. We're doing all right, man. There's not many people that can do. Was it okay, yeah?
Yeah. Time to break it in. Bump it up to 50 watts.
Get it up there. Al Villa saying it's 5 a.m. in the morning where he is, and he's in the Philippines.
That's kind of like when Paul from Australia joins us, LabWorks.
Yeah.
It's like 4 o'clock in the morning there when we do our show most of the time.
Nice part of the world. Philippines, nice part of the world.
Yeah, when our show's ending, it's like 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock in the morning there, Sydney.
But yeah. Opposite side of the bloody world, those. Right to the UK anyway, God.
It is, it would have been nice to do, that was my original goal. And then I realized in order for me to do that on a regular basis, I'd have to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning to not inconvenience my co-hosts. Because it would be like 10 o'clock in the morning, your time. And in Australia, it would be evening.
Yep.
And we'd have to limit it to like a 2 or 3 hour show. Otherwise, that guy's staying up late in Australia.
Plus, we'd be sitting there at 5 o'clock in the morning, hair all over, drinking shitloads of coffee to try and wake up.
I do that anyway. It doesn't matter what time of day it is. 15 years as an active paramedic before I hung my hat up was enough for me that's all I drink.
I like a coffee in the morning, but maybe 2 to push. But most of the time now, I'm a tea drinker. Yet before it was opposite. It was coffee all day.
Yeah, but you wouldn't
Now
drink this because it's cold.
Oh no,
Been
hell
cold.
no.
I made this before the show started.
Oh hell no, no. I'll drink it while it's warm. It's gone by that time, man. Cold coffee. Ugh, cold
I didn't have
tea.
that luxury as a paramedic. There were I lost count of the number of times that I poured myself a cup of coffee in those little styrofoam, 8-ounce cups. And I sat down, we'd get ready to do the crossword puzzle every day, and I'd start on that, and we get a call, and I'd come back, and that coffee's ice cold by the time I get back from the hospital. It's an hour away.
Oh, no,
We go on the call, we spend a half
hour.
hour on scene, we drive to the hospital, it's another, 40 minutes or whatever. Then we give our report, and we get our supplies, and clean the truck up, and, go back in service as soon as we come back into the county, and
No.
As long as I don't get another call, it's a minimum hour and a half turnaround time.
Oh God, no! Just cold, boom, fresh one, done. Couldn't drink cold. That. I mean, now the bench isn't all this iced coffee and that out. Oh God, no, nah.
Mate, I had a hell of a time just this past 2 weeks switching from the creamer. I was using that International Delight coffee creamer. Once I realized it was mainly vegetable oil and sugar water.
Yeah.
With some titanium dioxide to color it white and some flavoring to give it that vanilla that I was looking for. I quit drinking that, went to half and half. And boy, was that a rude awakening to just no sugar in coffee. All of a sudden, the coffee I was drinking was so much more flavorful and so much more punchy. And it's like, sometimes I thought that was an espresso. It was so punchy in the coffee flavor. But, hey, I'm feeling better.
Good.
It's just like that picture I showed earlier. 1 can of soda a day. At the end of the month, if you cut that out, it's 4 pounds of sugar you didn't consume that month.
That's ridiculous, that, like.
1 can.
I wonder if that's the same sugar content in the UK versions, because obviously we've got like a sugar tax now. So whether the manufacturers have twigged onto it or not, I mean, I don't know.
There's 100 different names for sugar. Or that's equivalent, substitute.
Or sweetener of some sort. I mean, there's obviously going to be sweetener in it. It's a soda. It's got to be some sweetener of some sort in it. But then again,
your sodas have real juice in it.
Yeah.
To get the
plus,
color.
Like, obviously plus, like you said before, us in the UK and EU will ban various ingredients that you guys are quite happy to continue with.
Yeah.
I'll definitely send you one. I'll send you a Coke, a UK Coke. You can compare it to the American one, and I'll send you a Fanta, and you can compare that. And I bet you'll tell a difference.
We'll find out. I'm sure I'm going to with the Fanta. I don't know what Coca-Cola does in your country.
That's just Coca-Cola. I think I said it mightn't have some of the ingredients in that you guys have in over there, with our EU shit. But I'd imagine they would change it slightly for the EU market and the UK market. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't know.
I know that Mexico has a completely different formula for Coca-Cola. They use actual sugar in theirs, cane sugar, raw sugar, as opposed to high fructose corn syrup. And boy, does it taste completely different. I'm wondering how similar the UK Coca-Cola is to the Mexican Coca-Cola.
Yeah, that's weird. It's just because I know, like, when we've got like delicacy shops that sell like US stuff, like your Reese bars and all that, and you can tell like they're full of sugar. You're like, whoa! I mean, damn! Oh, what? Take one mouthful, it's like too sickly. It's like that's way over the top. I can't eat some of that stuff. And the marshmallow stuff in the jar, that white marshmallow. Holy moly! It's like drinking syrup. It's sweet as hell.
It is. It is. And to think, when I was growing up as a child, that used to be my favorite sandwich for lunch when my mom was packing lunches, was peanut butter and marshmallow fluff.
Oh, holy moly! It's when you've got any teeth left with all the sugar that's left. You know what I mean? Jesus Christ!
That's what we had.
Almighty. Damn.
And the little known fact is, and I've come across, is the fact that during the 80s, the tobacco companies were diversifying because of tobacco control's maneuvers and measures, and they got scared. So they diversified and they bought like Kraft Food Company. So their scientists got reallocated from tobacco research to food research to make food as appealing as possible for as cheap as possible. And that's why we all ended up where we are with the consumption of all these chemicals and sugars as part of our regular diet.
It's so weird. I mean, I suppose back in the early days, we were just as bad at all the
Dusty Country Road, hello and welcome.
I mean, when we used to do our, like, chips, what you call fries, we used to do them in lard. you know, you melted when it was heated, you cooked, and then when you were finished, it went solid again. Like it looked like white fat. But the chips were amazing out of it. Now it's all oils and vegetable oil and this oil.
My favorite growing up that I got addicted to was Boardwalk fries, and they did theirs by frying it in peanut oil. So now that's one thing that we've stuck with is, you know, my wife is like, you know, she wants to buy the vegetable oil or whatever, and I'm like, can we do peanut oil? She tasted it and she's like, oh yeah, it's worth the expense. Peanut oil tastes so much better than corn oil or vegetable oil or.
I can't say I've ever had it, to be honest with you.
No, I have not seen your nails. There it is.
Oh my. That's all out bold, and that's bold, isn't it? Wow.
That's Halloween.
Holy moly, Halloween. Damn.
Love it.
I guess. Was Halloween still big over in your part of the world? Is it still a big celebration?
Yeah, but you know what? It's not like it was when we were kids. I mean, when we were kids, you wouldn't fear leaving your kids go trick-or-treating. So, you know, we grow up and we went out trick-or-treating, and Mom would walk with us sometimes she wouldn't. She'd drop us off and say, I'll be back here in an hour. Be back at this street corner in an hour.
Yeah.
Because we were bugging her. We were like, listen, all of our friends live on this street. Can you drop us off? You know, clear on the other side of town.
I don't think anybody trusts anybody, or it's not really safe anymore now in this day and age, is it? You know what I mean? God, years ago, Jesus.
And the thing is, even back then, the news would warn you and say, oh, you know, make sure you check your children's candy before you let them eat it. Might have a razor blade in it or something like that. Because there was always sickos out there that you were trying to ruin everybody's fun. But we never gave that a second thought.
Yeah, there was always sickos that give you chocolate Brussels sprouts.
Chocolate covered Brussels sprouts. Here's your little trick. And you thought you were getting a treat.
I mean, we used to have it like a street thing where the street got involved with it and would have like a bit of a Halloween party. You know, like apple dunking. You know, you float your apples in, you had to get band your back and get out your teeth and all that shit. Toffee apples, chocolate apples. You don't see that anymore. Toffee apples. I used to love toffee apples. You never see them now.
The county fair. Every year at the county fair, that was something you could bring home, was a caramel covered apple. Or a candy covered apple.
Yeah. But then they started putting like chocolate ones, and they're putting like the hundreds and thousands on them and all that stuff. Oh man, they were great. Never seen none of that now.
Now the treat for us is, you know, my wife bought these little caramel cups, and she brought home a bag of apples, and she's like, okay, you can have a caramel cup with an apple. And I'm like, I had 2 apples with a caramel cup. She's like, how could you eat 2 apples with a caramel cup? I can't get more than half an apple in and the caramel's gone.
No, you can make it last. There's ways and means. We used to do shit like that. Oh, for life.
It's funny because, you know, the things that we used to see as punishments as kids, now it's like we look forward to doing those kind of things. You know what I mean? When we were growing up as kids, it was a punishment. Go to bed early. Can I go to bed early every night? Seriously?
Please.
It's not a punishment.
Go to your room. Yes, I can watch my TV, play my video games.
Seriously.
It's not a punishment anymore, is it?
Yes, I know the other doggies are still outside. They're going to be okay. I feel like I'm talking to Lassie. Remember all the Lassie movies?
Lassie, yeah. Lassie, come home.
Billy looks over at Lassie and goes, What girl? Did the neighbor fall down the well? Do I need to go and save her? Is that what it is? Now my gesture's like, you left the girls outside, dude. What are you doing up here? They're still outside. You need to come and get them.
Skippy, you know? Remember Skippy, the bush kangaroo? That was the same. Yeah. No, he used to come up and go. You go, what? Johns fell down the well? What? There's a crocodile come to eat him? Rick, show me the way, and it would lead him to you. Like, what?
Yeah. Remember the shows we watched as kids? Holy cow. It was funny because we were watching Mythbusters the other day, and it was like their final season, and they were like, okay, what did we not do in like the 8 years we've been running this show that you always wanted to go do? And one of them was myth-busting stuff from the A-Team. Like to like go into a lumber mill and just throw together this 2x4 shooting gun to mount on the back of the truck to take out the bad guys. Could you really do it?
Go make a rocket launch out of that bit of plastic drain pipe and that little bit of the clothes peg and an elastic band.
Blew up, sorry.
See, blow a band to bits and fucking hell, I want one of them. I wonder how many kids actually at home after watching that tried to make whatever they did.
Listen, we grew up watching Bugs Bunny. That stuff was nothing. What are you talking about? Bugs Bunny, Wile E. Coyote. Wile E. Coyote was our heroes, but we didn't go blowing up the neighbor's kid. Ordering from the Acme TNT company.
And the Champion the Wonder Horse. God, I remember that. I remember watching that as well.
How about Mr. Ed? Remember Mr. Ed, the talking horse?
Oh, Mr. Ed, yes.
There's a lot of black and white programs we used to watch as kids. Especially when we got older and then the independent station. Elmer Fudd shooting everything.
Yeah. The Lone Ranger and Tonto.
Yeah. No, my favorite has always been Grizzly Adams. I think that's why my wife and I get along so well. She would love to have a bear as a pet.
Oh, you just reminded me of another one. Little House on the Prairie and Highway to Heaven. Oh God, you were gibbering Rick when you watched them, weren't you? You were crying like a baby, weren't you? You have a box of tissues to watch and you're crying like a bubbling baby. Oh my God, man, jeez. I remember that. We used to do loads of like jokes about the Lone Ranger. There's one like when the Lone Ranger rides up, Tonto's on the ground with his ear to the ground. He's saying, "What is it, Tonto?" "Stagecoach." "Yeah, anything else?" "6 horses." "Yeah." "Anything else?" "4 passengers." "Yes." "1 riding shotgun, 1 driving." "How do you know that?" "Because the fucker just ran over us."
Oh, we had a ton of classic shows, man.
They're brilliant, man. Honestly, they're classic.
Wow.
TV has changed. Wow, man.
I'm gonna have to pull out my Airwolf DVDs. Talking about all these classic TV shows.
Oh.
Yeah, and we've had that meme before too. You know, you can't hear pictures. Bullshit. Show me Airwolf. I hear it playing in my head already.
You know it, didn't you? It's like that. It would you just like guess the theme tune of a film or a series. And
that's something else modern TV doesn't have anymore. The theme songs. Every single show has a theme song. And here we are, you know, 40, 50 years after the shows came out, and we could still hear it in our heads. We know the theme songs to all these TV shows.
Oh, yeah, man. It was brilliant. Fast stuff, man. Like, it just... There were simple things. It was so simple. It was a simpler life back then, wasn't it? You know, simple things.
Sure was.
Just so much easier.
Bless you, Al. Thank you for stopping by. Get some
thanks,
sleep.
Al. Send my regards to the Philippines, sir. Yeah, man. Good old-fashioned TV, man. Just brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. How times have changed, eh?
Well, I think we should cut it off. We'll do our DIY random recipe next week. We'll skip it this week. 5.5 hours, I think.
Actually, what I think I might do for next week, I'll send you a couple of flavors that I've got, and we'll see if we can do a recipe, and I'll do it live. We'll see if we can mix a recipe of what I've got lying back in the cupboard. How about
Sounds
that?
good. Yeah, send me a list of your recipes and your flavorings, and we'll come up with something.
Just have a quick look at the flavorings. We'll come up with a recipe, and I'll try and mix it live on the app. I think I'm going to do my webcam. It'll not be brilliant, but my webcam should pick up. We'll do some live mixing together. Yay!
Yeah, some fancy mixing.
Yeah.
Listen, man,
fancy.
you guys have to go back and watch our first show. He didn't even have OBS. He was just like using his webcam directly into the browser for Zoom.
God almighty.
And I'm like, I'm going to get you to use OBS. He's like, fuck that. I used that before. It sucks. It's horrible. It's hard. We'll get you figured out. Now I've got to plug in his OBS and he can fire off things on my computer. And it's just like, we've come such a long way.
In such a short time as well when you think about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And we've got so many more things to do. Now that I've gotten, OBS cleaned up and updated, I'm like, okay, time for a couple more of these special effects.
Be a master's degree shortly in this OBS malarkey piece of piss.
Yeah. And my favorite one that I finally got working, we've been asking for so long. I got you zapped.
I
listen,
knew that would not come along.
This is a fair experience. You can do the same to me if you want.
Nobody's done it to you yet. I've got it. Every time. You've never had one.
That's because my mouth won't stop talking. It won't stop running.
Jesus. I
should have been a radio DJ my whole life.
Maybe you've got the pattern. I'll give you that. Like
not a club DJ. As a club DJ, I never really did anything unless somebody wanted an announcement. I was never on a microphone. Now here I am, 5 hours every week, like it was nothing. Anyway, peace, love, and a hunky vape is my wish to all of you out there. Hope you guys all have a fantastic week ahead. We'll see you same time, same place next week.
Yes, as Alex says, I hope you all have a fantastic week. And as always, thank you everybody in chat. As always, you do make the show. Please remember on your way out to hit that little like button or the little thumbs up. It does help with the old algorithm. That's probably why we get banned, They're kicking with thumbs up on YouTube going, no, you can't have that. But anyway.
We can't have people liking this.
Yeah.
This is disgusting content.
Moving on, remember to put your hand checks up and your pet checks. We do like to see your animals as well on all the usual platforms. Alex has got loads of links.
Feel free to join the Discord server. Link in the YouTube description.
Yeah.
And
Discord,
Rumble.
Facebook, Twitter. You can get a hold of him anyway. He's easily and readily available, as they say. But yeah, guys, and if you're watching the replay, thank you and hello. But as always, boys and girls, until next week, you all stay safe, vape safe, and we'll see you all very soon. You all take care now. Bye-bye.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.